welcome back to Pearl for Initiative, the Dungeons and Dragons live stream where the audience influences the story. My name, of course, is Ben or Benjamin, it's as I'm known on the internet. And with me, I have Mint, otherwise known as Inby Banshee, who'll be playing today as Lise DeForest. Go ahead and say hi to everyone, Mint. I hit undeafen. My bad. I was muted. Say hello to everyone, Mint.
Yeah, I was waiting.
It's a little prank.
No, I think that it's maybe just not a poll for initiative stream unless somebody forgets to unmute.
Well, we are back, and you know what? Nothing has changed. We are just as bad at this as we've always been.
Yeah, God, fam, I don't even remember how to play this game.
Do you remember what all was going on during the last session?
Yeah, I watched it yesterday to remind myself, because it's been over a month.
To catch everyone up, would you like to give us a dramatically narrated recounting of what all happened and what all was going on?
Enemy city
in
shopping spree.
Most dramatic voice you can muster.
No, that was it.
Okay.
Enemy city shopping spree. There were devils at one point, and then there was shopping, and Helga was in a dress, and it was very good. And then there was robbing, and that was fun. And now boat. And boat from TL and Rune. Yeah, you're welcome.
The voice was good, but the recounting could use some work.
No.
Here, let me see if I can muster it. In a world. No, no, Lise was entering the city of Azure and met up with an old friend of Robin's. Do you remember?
That motherfucker fucking coat swapped me.
Yeah, your first introduction to them, it was of stealing your coat.
I don't remember their name, but it was something. It was something.
Something Sticky Fingers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was yucky.
Stevie?
Oh, I forgot about that. Ugh, that was yucky and bad.
Well, Stevie doesn't actually have sticky fingers. Stevie's just a very good thief.
Yeah. But it's not a good image to conjure.
But yes, an old friend, perhaps more, of Robin's. Clearly they didn't leave off on a good note, though, and they preferred not to speak much more on it.
Right, they were definitely very gay, and they definitely didn't want to talk to me about it.
But on top of that, you are in the city of Azure to...
Oh, Merlin, and other people who I don't remember. Well, no, okay, it was Merlin and I think Fuse, and I can't remember who else, but
Brick?
Brick,
and we're on it right now.
Twitch.
Yes.
They all got arrested. Big time stupid. The only man I know who knows how to do math got arrested. What are you gonna do?
Wait, what do you think? Artemis doesn't know how to do math? He's an artificer.
Oh, I guess that was true. Okay, one of the two men that I know that know how to do math.
You don't know that Merlin knows how to do math. I don't think he's ever done math for you.
Oh God, we just assume that he knows. Well, I gotta ask him now.
And so yes, you are in the city of Azure, looking to go to the maximum security prison, Azure maximum security, in order to rescue them.
Merlin and Co.
And have hitched a ride on a ferry going to the Cerulean circle because out of a dungeon underneath the Cerulean Citadel is where prison transports go to the prison. And Stevie Sticky Fingers has been arrested in order to help you.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I love that we're kind of just like winging it as we go along. Like Stevie was like, I'll get arrested and then that'll do something. And we were like, okay.
Well, now there's going to be a prison transport tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we either have to sneak on and pretend to be prisoners or, I don't know, pretend to be guards. Preferably
that part's
guards.
up to you.
Preferably guards, right? I don't want to be arrested. Thank you.
And so, yes, you are heading toward this Cerulean Circle on a ferry that takes multiple hours to cross the vast expanse of water between these two parts of the city. And on the way, we left off with Lise seeing something familiar.
You bitch.
Lise caught sight of a Tielen Rune ship docking near the Cerulean Citadel. A Tielen Rune ship, definitely because of its markings and its build, it is absolutely an elven ship, something that has not been seen in these waters for centuries.
What the fuck are you doing here? Go away.
And so we're going to pick up right back there.
Okay.
So actually, you are the first to notice this ship. But I think everybody else on this ferry also pretty quickly notices it as well. And everybody is kind of like moving to one side of the ferry, and talk kind of breaks out amongst the nobles as they begin to gossip about what this means. You hear things to the... Go ahead.
Sorry. No, never mind.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I thought you were done talking. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No. You hear things to the effect of, what is that? No, that can't be an elven ship. They don't sail out this far. And things to the effect of, no. That it must be like a collector or something. Surely it's not actually an elven ship. And another saying, well, maybe the Emperor called for a special ship to be made. I mean, I'm sure he could pull it off, and people are all discussing this on one side of the ship.
I fucking iron grip Cassandra's arm.
Yeah, Cassandra turns to you, and her eyes are wide, and she says, that's not normal, right? I don't think that's normal.
What the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Lisa's like, excuse me? What, I feel like her brain is just like fizzling and there's like smoke coming out of her ears. She just like doesn't understand like what she's looking at.
Cassandra pulls out that spyglass and starts looking at the ship, and she says, "Yeah, there's definitely a lot of elves on there."
What the fuck? What are they doing here? Oh, god damn it! You leave for 5 years and everything goes to shit. God damn it! What the fucking elves or what? They're like friends with these bitches now? God damn it! God damn it! You leave for 5 years. God damn it! Everything just goes to shit. This is why I left Tielen Rune. This is why I left. These motherfuckers, they just make friends with any old bitch that comes along. Fuck them.
Robin comes over, and she looks like clearly like she knows that she's about to walk into like something serious. She sees you yelling, and she says, "So, this wasn't expected."
Fuck those elves.
Cassandra says, "Who do you think it could be?"
Oh god, I start racking my brain for any like miscellaneous elf like hierarchy that I know of. Does it look like a regular like trading vessel, or is it like
It's very gilded. It looks very fancy and is a large ship.
Okay, it's maybe I can't tell if it's like a naval ship or if it's like royalty ship. It looks really pretty, but I mean the elves are kind of just like that, you know? Everything they got's just kind of pretty, so god damn it. All right, well, maybe we could see who's on it. Because I just give me that. I snatched the fucking spyglass out of her hand.
What do I see? You look through the spyglass, and you see a lot of like elven royal guard. They clearly are wearing like sigils and markings of the royal family. Definitely like whoever is on this ship. While you can't get like a good view of who it is exactly. They must be like below deck or something. They're definitely like part of the Selkasiri like royal family.
Oh shit.
Someone very important.
Lisa's like, oh shit. Oh god, oh no. Okay, well, it's royalty for sure. Oh god, okay. New plan. Well, not new plan, but like, do not be seen by anyone on that fucking ship, but also I have to know who it is. So like, while we're here, right? You know, we had some time to kill anyway before Stevie gets carted off to the prison. I gotta find out who's on that fucking ship, and also why are they here? Because this can't be good. This does not bode well. This does not bode well for anyone.
You see in the distance, the docks are beginning to like kind of like come into view. You think you're about like 10, 15 minutes away from the docks, and you hear the nobles gossiping more, and one of them says, "Oh, I wonder if they're here for the gala."
Lisa immediately, like a chill goes down her spine at the word gala. She's like, oh no. She gets that like foreboding, like, I'm gonna have to go to a gala, aren't I?
Another says, "Oh, the Emperor would have that kind of pull. I bet he did get a special guest for the gala. It's going to be even more impressive than last year, I can tell that for sure."
Lee's just like it's like metal creaking as she like turns her head to look at Cassandra. And there's just despair in her eyes as she hears this. She's like, "Cassandra, I fear the worst. I think we might have to go to..." She like can't even say it.
She says, get, come on, sound it out. Yeah.
Nope, I can't even hear it, Cassandra.
Here, let's try it in two parts. Say la.
La.
Say ga.
Ga.
Now say la.
La.
Gala.
Good. She throws up over the side of the boat.
One of the nobles comes over and says, "Oh dear, are you quite all right, ma'am?"
"I just had some bad clams. You know how it is."
Says, "Oh, are you just so excited for the gala?" I've been looking forward to the gala for months. I'm sure you must be so nervous.
Yeah.
Well, you look lovely, dear.
Thanks. It's. You know what? I need some fresh air.
You're outside.
I need some fresher air. I just back away.
They look a little bit offended as they walk away.
Well, that's not my fault. I'm throwing up. You don't need to talk to me while I'm literally puking. Now's not the time, lady.
Cassandra says, "It's not going to be that bad. I mean..."
No, Cassandra, you don't know what it's like. Cassandra, have you ever been to a gala before, Cassandra?
I mean, I've crashed them.
Okay, but you've never been, like... You've crashed galas?
Well, yeah.
Where?
That's where all the nobles gather. What are you talking about?
I guess that's true. But you've never had to like experience. Well, I mean, you know what? We're not invited, so we are gonna crash it. You know what? That makes me feel better. We're not invited. We're going to crash it. It'll be fine. Okay, I feel better already. As long as it's illegal, it's fine.
You'll do it as long as you do it illegally.
Yeah. I mean, we have to go and we weren't invited, so like, you know.
The ferry pulls into the docks, and everything locks into place, and the ramps extend, and the nobles begin exiting.
Is the elven ship still kind of a ways away, or is it also close to docking?
It is a different dock entirely. You guys are kind of docking in like a just a general dock for the Cerulean Circle. That ship went directly to the Cerulean Citadel.
Oh shit!
To like the royal docks.
All right, well, damn. I was gonna stalk the people when they got off of it, but I think now we're just gonna have to. God damn it. Well, actually, wait. Okay, this might be a good thing, right? Because we had to get underneath anyway, right? To get to the tunnel or whatever where the prisoners go. So we had to go into the Citadel anyway. And if there's a gala going on and like illegal things to do, like that's just, you know, the more the better, right?
Cassandra says, "You can just admit you kind of want to go to a gala, babe."
I don't want to go to the gala, Cassandra.
You can admit you kind of want to go.
I want to go and I want to see who was invited, and I want to steal the fancy food that they're going to eat, and I want to laugh at all of the rich people and the probably horrendous things that they are wearing. But I don't want to go.
As you're saying all that, you're interrupted by a familiar voice who screams, "We're going to a gala!"
Oh, shit. No, you're not invited. The last gala you had ended terribly.
And you see from the water, like Bedlam's hands emerge from like the ocean, and his head pops out, and he goes, "I'm drowning! Wait, hang on!" And he puts his hands down on the water and pushes up to stand up on top of the water. He says, "Oh, much better."
Oh, God, you can... All right, you know what? That's fair. No, you're not invited. Fuck you.
Oh, but...
you had ended in death.
But Lise, I love galas. They're so full of chaos just beneath the surface.
Yeah,
It's the one time I will tolerate a pristine castle because I know just beneath the surface trouble boils.
I mean, yeah, all galas are kind of just like a way to flaunt your castle to everyone, right? I mean, what else is the point?
This is so exciting. I'm going to put on my best.
And his outfit kind of transforms, and he's got like this nice tailored coat with like long tails on the end. And he puts on some nice cufflinks, and he swaps his hat out for an even taller hat.
You know, you don't look bad, but no one can see you but me.
Oh, that's okay. You just described to them in vivid detail what I look like.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Why not?
Yeah. Let me think. Well, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. I'm gonna break into the Cerulean Citadel, crash a gala I was not invited to.
Yes.
I am still a wanted, like, war criminal here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go up to people that I do not know while we are trying to remain undercover, and I'm going to explain to them, a complete and total random stranger, that there is a man in my head that only I can see, and he is dressed immaculately for this gala that we are crashing.
Yes, precisely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll do
What's
that.
the problem? I don't understand. Could you highlight what the problem was?
No, you're right. I'll do exactly that.
All right, perfect. I'm so excited to go to the gala, Lise. Now, what kind of trouble do you think we could get up to in here?
No, I walk away. I'm like, all right, I'm tired of this. I have a
Set the
citadel
curtains
before I
on
can-
fire suddenly. Wait, no, that's too extreme.
Yeah, that's a little.
No.
Whoa.
No, we need to build up to the fiery curtains.
No,
Perhaps
I'm
spill
not-
wine on a noble woman's dress.
For what? Okay, that'd be really funny. But for once, I think I am going to try and refrain from setting anything on fire.
Got it. Spill wine on a noble man's dress.
Yeah, I could do that probably.
Perhaps that one will work better. That'll get us toward the burning curtains a bit quicker.
Nope, no curtains are burning.
What?
It's just the
Lise?
wine in the dress I can do, but not the.
Got it. You're going to burn the carpet.
Okay, I'm trying to break into a secure prison. I can't burn down the goddamn.
Well, you're
citadel
Lise. You're
before I
going to
get
burn
there.
something.
Okay, just not at the gala because I don't want to be arrested.
Ah, Lise,
What?
you're being so. You're in one of your boring moods again.
Yawning.
You sometimes you're fun, sometimes you're boring, and it seems you're boring today, Lise.
Okay, why don't you go swim a couple laps around the island and talk to me when you're done?
All right, I'm going to go hug a shark.
And he jumps into the ocean.
All right. Anyway, Jesus Christ. What now? I look at Robin. So, how do we break into a gala?
You guys disembark this ferry, and Robin says, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know there was a gala going on. I'm not really sure how we're gonna break into it.
Okay, well, we definitely have to. Well, okay, actually, how about this? We have to let's scout out the place, right? Because we still have a little bit of time before everything goes down. So let's find where we need to be or how we get into the lower, like the underground where the boats go. And then if that's in the Citadel, then maybe the first step is finding a way into the Citadel, which the most likely way in is the gala because there's like a bunch of people. And if it's by invitation only, we're gonna have to mug some people for their invitations.
Okay. You you begin walking the streets. The first thing you notice is that the streets are like kind of like all of the street lamps are kind of decorated with these like long golden ribbons, and blue and gold ribbons. And there's like blue flowers that are like kind of set up on each of the lamps. And you see a lot of signposts talking about how today is the Gilded Gala.
The Gilded. Is there like a flyer around that's like explains what it's for, or it's all just like advertising this event?
I think a lot of people just seem to know what the Gilded Gala is, but it seems that this is the 2505th Gilded Gala.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, whatever they're celebrating, I'm sure is boring, so I don't know that I really care that much anyway. But we do have to find out how to get in. Is it like everybody's invited, or is it like we need invitations? That's the next like step I need to learn.
That's when Robin speaks up and she says, well, I don't know much about this particular gala, but anytime there's like balls or galas or parties or anything at the Citadel, I'm pretty sure it's like a name list kind of basis thing. Like they check the list at the door for your name.
Okay, so it's not like you need an invitation. It's like you need the right name to get in.
I think so.
Okay.
That's typically how it works.
How do we get names of people who are on the list? Should we mug some people and steal their names?
What?
Like you.
Cassandra says, I don't think we can do that. I don't know how you steal someone's name.
Well, you get their name and then you knock them out and you tie them up somewhere so that you can go
so you
as
want to do
them.
identity theft is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, we're Cassandra. We are doing a plethora of other crimes, and you're telling me identity theft is where you draw the line?
I'm not drawing the line. It's just when you said steal someone's name.
Clearly, it means identity theft. Come on, keep up, Cassandra. Come on.
And she says, all right, but how do we know who to mug?
Well,
Or are we just going to go around just beating the shit out of random people and hoping that one of the names stick?
Elise, like, carefully considers this for a few minutes. She's like, that does sound like a lot of fun. But I just don't think that that's going to work.
And that's when Robin speaks back up and says, wait a second, aren't you, like, basically cosplaying as a crime boss that was famous and, like, lived in Azure?
Yes, but I would think that she would not be allowed into the royal gala. She's like a criminal, right?
Did she have money?
I assume so. I'm sure she was. I'm sure she was rich. Do you
How
think
much
that her
money?
name is? You think her name is on the list? I don't know. I'm not the one who killed her. I just stole her identity. You know what, Cassandra? I am currently doing identity theft. Actually, I forgot about that.
Tanner says, yeah, I know.
let's see.
That's kind of why I thought that you would have maybe figured out the name for it by now, but that's okay.
Well, shut up. Listen, I didn't kill her. I was just given her identity to assume. So, whatever. Okay. Well, if you think her name might be on the list, then that hopefully solves the problem. But then who the hell are you guys going to be? Do I get a +3 or what?
Says, well, I mean, we could probably pose as, like, servants or something, right?
Oh, but that sucks. And Helga's wearing such a pretty dress.
Helga looks down at her dress and looks back up and says, yes, can Helga keep dress?
Yeah, Helga, that's yours. You keep,
Helga can
keep
get
that
rid of
dress you
dress
like.
if need to.
No, you keep that dress. You're wearing it.
Okay.
You never
And
take
she, like,
that dress off ever again.
And like she says okay and like looks away and like you see her smile just a little bit and like blush.
Lisa on the inside is like, I love her. Helga is so cute. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so maybe Helga can be, but Cassandra, that suit is so cute on you. You look so handsome. God damn it. I don't want you guys to be servants. That's boring.
Says, all right, well, do you have a better pitch?
We're a polycule.
Okay. I mean, was she in a poly? Did she have relationships?
It's been 5 years. She's dead, so she doesn't give a shit. What I say goes, because I'm her now. And so, yes.
He says, yeah, but if we're trying not to raise suspicion, maybe we shouldn't change much about her, but I mean...
Well, I don't know that part of her, so... And, okay, if I don't know that part of her, do you really think these other people are gonna know?
What if we're here to present... her whole thing was she was a cave bunny saleswoman, right?
No, she was just a cave bunny. End of sentence.
She bred them and sold their venom or something?
Yeah, I wish I knew what a cave bunny was. I think that would make this whole ruse a lot more believable.
Says, you don't know what a cave bunny is?
But because I have to guess about what it is and what it looks like, it just doesn't go very well.
Helga says, you do not know what a cave bunny is?
No, I've never seen one, and none of you bitches will tell me what they look like.
It is a very scary thing from the deep.
Okay, I know that, but nobody can tell me what they look like.
Very scary.
Okay, that's unhelpful.
Alexander says, they're like really scary, and
Uh-huh.
I don't want to keep talking about it.
Okay, I love you so much. I would die for you, and I would also end this world to save your life and do a lot of other horrible and just terrible, awful things if it would mean saving you. But you're being very unhelpful in this instance. Your one flaw is this.
Cassandra says, babe, I don't know how long it's going to take you to realize this, so I'm just going to come right out and say it. Nobody actually knows exactly what cave bunnies look like.
Okay, well, Crimella must have. She must have known. So I gotta know too.
She like puts her face on her palm and she says, yeah, Crimella did know, and no one else knew. So what does that mean?
You think that I should just make something up? Cassandra, I don't know if you know this about me, but when I make things up, it does not always go very well. Have you heard some of the shit that's come out of my mouth recently?
She says, yeah, but no one's going to be able to call you out on this one, unlike the Tielen rune stuff.
Hey, I've never said anything untruthful about Cielid Rune.
Untruthable.
I meant to say.
You know what? You never did say something untruthable. Maybe untruthful, but never untruthable.
Okay. Shut the hell up. You know what I meant. God damn it. All right, fine. Well, I guess I'll just think of the scariest thing imaginable, and I'll roll with that and see where it gets me.
And as you're saying that, Bedlam reappears and he says, "Oh, pick me! I have an idea! I have an idea for the scariest thing I can imagine!"
All right, but if you say something fucked up, I'm not talking to you for a week.
And he says, "Oh boy! All right, how about this?" And he suddenly stops moving. And he stares at you, just completely unmoving, and just stares directly into your eyes. And slowly, his white eye of the black and white eye, the white eye turns black as well, and his skin begins to form cracks in it, and chunks of his skin begin falling off, and this black ooze starts coming out, and more of it falls away, and suddenly tendrils start bursting out of his skin, and like a giant like Cthulhu-esque creature comes out of his body, which flops to the floor. Vile and Smile have appeared next to him and run away in fear, and these tendrils wrap around you, and it like the tendrils wrap around you, and it starts pulling itself toward you. These eyes are now swirling with opalescent colors. A rainbow of colors swirling around as it stares into your soul, and it gets inches away from you, and you can like feel the hot breath of this thing on you. And as you look into its eyes, your mind begins to grow fuzzy, and you hear in your mind,
rubber spatulas who have begun to crack into that thing where like a piece of it snaps off into your food, and it's kind of gross.
Yeah. That's a good pitch, I think.
And the creature like pulls back into Bedlam's body and gets back up, and he says, "You think that was good?"
I'm gonna go with that one.
I love that I was able to help. All right, Lisa, I'm going to show myself out now.
I just look at Cassandra with like, there's like a deadness in my eyes. I just look at Cassandra like I have just seen like the universe end.
She says, "Did you think of something?"
I don't want to talk about it.
She says, "All right, I think whatever you're thinking right now is a good example."
Okay.
Do you need to rehearse?
No,
Okay.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right. So,
Okay, wait. So, okay, well, she's like, anyway, okay, so I could probably unless you guys want to be servants, and then you go right ahead. But I'm more than happy to be like, yeah, they're with me, and just see how that goes.
oh,
You can be my servants. I could be like, I don't go anywhere without my entourage, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was like pitching.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like you were going to sneak into the gala and be servants of the gala and not my
No.
servants.
We work for you.
Okay, you didn't specify that.
Okay, well, there you go.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've just seen something life-changing and Okay, great. Next step. When is the gala? Is it tonight? What's the dress code? Is what we're wearing okay? Or
It is getting kind of late into the afternoon. It's evening is approaching, and you do see that a lot of people are kind of filing toward the Citadel, which kind of like the walls of which kind of loom in the distance of the Cerulean circle. Like everything is kind of slightly at a slant on this little island. And that at the top of that like slight hill is the Citadel.
all right, well, people are going, so I guess let's just follow the crowd and head over there, and then maybe we should come up with a plan for what we do once we're inside, or should we just wing that?
Senator says, we can rehearse if you think that would make you more comfortable. I feel like maybe sometimes you say things that you wouldn't if you had rehearsed. So maybe that actually is a good idea.
What are you talking about, Cassandra? I am a spectacular actress. Are you doubting my acting skills?
No, you know what? You do what you feel best, babe.
I don't appreciate that tone of voice, Cassandra. I think you're mocking me.
I would never dream of it.
You are a bully. You are bullying me. This is bullying.
Says, I've literally said nothing. Says, all right, so then what's the script? What do you want? What are you wanting us to rehearse?
Well, no, I just meant like, should we once we get inside, like, what do we do? Like, do we find the way down to the dungeons? I feel like they will be guarded, and then how do we get past the guards and yeah. Should we just fuck it. Let's just fucking wing it. That seems to work out best for us. Let's go. Let's just fucking wing it.
Okay. As you make your way through these streets, you see like everyone's kind of filing in the same direction toward the Citadel. These massive like manors, beautifully gilded. They're all kinds of like blue bricked homes. You begin to notice that everything around you is very blue. The bricks are all blue. The roof shingles are blue, There's even these like weird like blue pine trees that dot the island. It's a very blue city. And as you approach the citadel, these massive ancient looking walls lie in front of you. And what kind of strikes you is, in a way, like some of the architecture seems elven.
These bitches, they just stole all our ideas, motherfuckers.
Like beautiful gilded like branches that kind of like twirl around on like the columns. And it looks like this has also been restored many, many times. There's like chunks of the walls that had like been blown out in like combat that had been filled in, and it's almost imperceptible, but you can just barely tell if you're looking for it. And you approach this massive gate with the portcullis pulled up. And all of the nobles are kind of filing through this gate, and there are a number of what look to be high-ranking soldiers of the Oran army, with like blue trim around their massive armor. And
First
one
of
of
all-
them is holding a clipboard with a list.
First of all, paper fan. Paper fan. Second of all, as we're approaching the Citadel, I just lean into Cassandra and I go, I bet you 5 gold I know what the Emperor's favorite color is.
She says, I think it's yellow. And Robin says, no, definitely green. And
Helga says,
I do not understand it. Why not blue? Blue seems like good choice.
yeah, see, you all owe Helga 5 gold.
Cassandra says, oh yeah, you know what? You make a good point, Helga. Maybe it is
Yeah.
blue.
Damn, Helga, you're so smart. You're
Says,
really
this is
you're
why she puffs out her chest, fists on her hips, and she says, this is why Helga is leader of this group.
Yeah, you're so very perceptive, Helga. Very, very perceptive. I also say, that, so when we woke up in that temple, it was like elven ruins, right? Was this whole continent elven at some point before the Oran Empire came and like fucked it all up? Because that would explain the elven like style of architecture. I mean, it's like slightly elven. I'm sure they could have adapted it in some way. But if it was elven to begin with, that would make sense.
And Robin says, oh boy, I'm no expert on like history, but I feel like that rings a bell. I feel like I remember reading something about that. And maybe we can find out inside.
Damn, fuck these colonizers. Yeah, I guess maybe we'll find out inside. Or maybe we won't, because history is boring, but yeah. I'm sure Merlin will know when we find him. I'm sure he'll know all about it. That man, I don't think that man, there is a thing that man does not know.
Oh, wow. Lise has a lot of confidence in Merlin when he's not around.
Yeah. Well,
She speaks very highly of him when he's not around.
I think that she hasn't seen him in a while, and she knows it's been 5 years, and he probably thinks she's dead. So, like, I think that she is, like, convinced herself that she misses him a lot. She can't show it, so she's just very much being like, yeah, Merlin's, like, great, and, you know, he got himself captured, but he knows math, probably, so, like...
I think Cassandra has kind of picked up on this, too, and she says, babe, are you, like, really missing Merlin?
That old crippled man is fucking locked up in a security prison. I am just very worried about him in there. You never know when he's gonna go. He's an old wizard, and he's also a half elf, which I definitely remembered. Which which I've definitely known about him this whole time and did not forget immediately after meeting him, and thought he was a human this entire time. So,
and she says, "Oh my God, you really care about Merlin."
yeah, thanks, Lux. Merlin in the prison somewhere, like sneezes, like he's like, someone's talking about me.
I think Lisa's caring about me.
No, he thinks she's dead. He doesn't know she's back to life. Well, she's not dead, but trapped in time. Anyway, Lise just like gets very like flustered and like the like tips of her ears turn red and like she feels you see like a blush like creep up her neck and she's like, "We're going to a party." She just like very quickly walks away.
Helga speaks up and says, "Well, of course she cares a lot about him. He is a very good friend, right? Lise cares a lot about her friends."
Yes, Helga, I care a lot about my friends. Let's go crash this
if any
party.
one of Lisa's friends come to harm, Lise cry so much.
Okay, that's maybe taking it a bit far. Helga,
Because she is very good friend to everyone.
Okay, you're being very nice, but also a little mushy. So let's just continue on. Let's just continue on.
What is wrong with Mushi?
That's I think that's more a you thing, Helga. I don't think I'm quite so soft.
And,
Flashback to every time Lisa's cried or thrown up because something like a minor inconvenience happened.
The crowd has you kind of have naturally filed into this line that the crowd is like slowly filing into. And before you know it, there's 4 people ahead of you, 3 people ahead of you, 2 people ahead of you, 1 person ahead of you, and suddenly you're standing in front of this large burly guard who asks, "Name?"
I wish I had an actual fan so that I could play with it. But yeah, at least kind of fan kind of in front of the face a little bit. And in her best Crymella demeanor voice, which she has made up because no idea what that bitch sounded like at all before she died. I don't know that this is the voice that I've done when impersonating her in the past, but I don't remember what that was. So it's all fresh. It's all new. Crymella demeanor and co.
He has like a feathered quill and he like goes down the list, like flips the page, goes down the list, flips the page, goes
looks
down the
very
list.
annoyed as he's not finding her name.
He like kind of like flips through the pages again really quickly and looks at another guard and he says, "Your name's not on the list." It's like, "Well, I know the name though. Hey, can you fetch?" He pulls one of the guards aside and like whispers in his ear, and like they're nodding and discussing something, and they walk back, and he turns back to you and he says, "You mind stepping out of line just really quick? We'll get to you right away, ma'am. I just want to process everyone else while we're waiting."
If you insist. And as I'm walking away, I very loudly go, "You can't get into anywhere these days."
And he says, "My apologies, ma'am. My apologies. We'll get this sorted out. Don't you worry." And he goes down the list and continues processing nobles through the door. And eventually, one of the guards comes back and hands him another clipboard that looks a little older. And he grabs that one and kind of flips through it, and he's like, "No, yeah, you were definitely on the list in prior years. Why'd they take you off the list?"
I've been abroad. They probably just assumed I was too busy to come. But of course I would come. It's the... Oh God, what did the letter say? It's the Gilded Gala. I was gonna say it's the... Like the whatever the number was, but I can't remember it. So it's the Gilded Gala. Of course, they just... It's very funny that they assumed I would not come, but of course I would be here.
And he flips through the list and he says, That's so weird, because usually if they take someone off the list, it's either A, because they were banned, or B, because they're dead. And I'm looking through the banned list, and your name's not on here. And so
Well, I was so abroad for a time that maybe some people assumed my demise unjustly, of course, as here I am. Very funny indeed. A jest.
give me a
And
deception check.
I go, did you hear what I said, Co? A jest. We all start laughing like,
Cassandra and Robin immediately pick up and go, oh, in their like most like annoying noble voice they can muster. Meanwhile, Cassandra goes, I do not
Helga.
understand. What?
Helga.
What did I say?
You said Cassandra.
Oh,
You always
Helga.
confuse Helga and Cassandra.
I confuse
Look,
my buff women.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know they're both big and buff, but come on.
But yeah, no, Helga says, I do not understand. What?
I just pat Helga on the shoulder. I'm like, I'll explain it to you later. Sorry, you needed a roll from me?
Yeah, deception check.
Fuck yeah, I'm great at deception. It's what I do best.
What'd you roll?
So you remember how I said it's what I do best?
What'd you roll?
Nat 1.
Ooh.
But I have a +8 to deception.
That's
So
still
that's
pretty bad.
It's a 9. I'm gonna use my lucky doubloon. I'm gonna at least like starts to say something incredibly stupid, and then like kind of unconsciously or subconsciously like
Twiddles her.
thumbs the doubloon. Okay, that's better. Oh God! All right, 18.
Okay. The guard, like, I think the way we can like picture that in fiction is, yeah, you say that, and like at one point you go ha ha, like you're concerned that he's not like buying it, and you kind of thumb that doubloon, and he looks at you and goes and you like thumb the doubloon, you're like ha in like a really upsetting way, and he gets a little bit like concerned and like back goes ha 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 ha.
I mean, she is like an infamous, like, I don't know, psycho, probably, so.
He says, yeah, that yeah, definitely, it has to be some kind of, filing mistake. I mean, clearly you're alive here, so.
I'm right here. Just like
One of
my
your
laugh
eyes is
getting
twitching.
worse.
He like takes a step back and says, yeah, welcome to the party, ma'am. And welcome to your servants, too.
Thank you. I just walk in like none of that happened.
And you make your way into the Cerulean Citadel. You pass that massive portcullis, and you see like rows of those beautiful trees in front of you. And when you see the actual like estate itself, you're kind of surprised, actually. It doesn't really look all that much like a castle once you're inside. It kind of looks more like a beautiful manor.
Oh.
And you see more of those beautiful columns around the like front of the building. And you see more of that like elven design architecture. It really does look just like a really expensive mansion.
Damn, someone's loaded. Fucking colonizers.
As you approach the front of the manor, there are these beautiful fountains right outside the front door, and we are going to run our first poll of the day.
Oh, man, I forgot we did that.
In poll for initiative?
It's in the name. We've been gone so long.
Chat. There is a group of people kind of gathered in the center of the walkway here that are kind of blocking the walkway to the front door. And they're all gathered in a circle around someone.
Oh, no.
And my question is, that someone in the courtyard, are they a fashion icon or an actor? To remind you all how this works, type 1 in chat for a fashion icon, or 2 in chat for an actor.
An actor. In New York City.
What do we do in poll for initiative? Who knows?
It's anyone's guess.
Polls and poll for initiative, I don't buy it.
Yeah. It's anyone's guess.
But yeah, you approach this building, and like there are guards kind of like positioned at like key locations around the manor. This is a very high security gala.
Great. Well, good thing I was on the list and was invited. So there should be no suspicion as to why I'm here.
Also, as you approach the building, this is when we have our kind of like we can have our kind of like meta chat here. This would be where, like, if this were a game, you would see like a heads up display show up. Your social standing is currently 0.
Uh-oh.
The more you mingle, the more social standing you will get.
What do I want social standing for?
You don't know yet. It could be useful, though.
Oh, God. All right. Shit. All right. This is my time. I have to. This is where my acting skills come in. Hey, good for Lise. Lise is very good at lying and very good at persuasion.
It looks like we ended on a 50-50, so this is going to be a dice roll. If I get an 1 through 10, we're going to do fashion icon. If I get an 11 through 20, we're going to do actor.
Okay.
And that's a 9. So this is going to be a fashion icon.
Thank God. An actor would probably know that I was full bullshit.
You see in this crowd of people, there's someone in the center, kind of like, who like they're all kind of like surrounding them with like these these cameras, and they're trying to get pictures of this person. You see a man who kind of looks like he's dressed like Flint West Plain, but in a bright pink outfit.
Oh.
And with tassels and all the fixins.
Uh-huh. And what's his name?
You don't know. Immediately off looking at him.
Could it be? You know, Cassandra, that man looks a tad familiar. Have you seen him before?
She says, No, why would I?
You know, there's just something about him. I feel that I've seen him somewhere. Robin, do you know this man?
Says, no, I don't really know a whole lot of celebrities, but why, do you know?
There's just a funny little feeling that I have that he's familiar to me somehow. although his name is escaping me. Perhaps we shall meet when, if ever, the crowd around him disperses.
And actually, as you're all saying that, he actually turns to see you and says, "Whoa, Crimella Demeanor!"
Oh shit! Under my breath, I'm like, Did she know him? Oh fuck! Hello.
He kind of like gestures for people to like clear the way, and he walks up. He says, "You never reached out. What's I thought the venom, the shoes."
Right. Oh, of course. Yes. I am so sorry about that. You see, we had a couple of bumps in our travel. I realized that I was not using my voice for her. we hit a couple of bumps in our travels, and I was just, until now, have been just completely flustered and unable to put my efforts into such an endeavor. But now here you are, and here I am, and now we may speak of it if it is something you truly wish. It was,
Says, yeah, you can just give them to me now. That's perfectly fine. I just thought that you wanted me to like debut them for you here, but that's totally fine. I can put them on now.
Oh no! I meant there was still some kinks that I'm working out in the design. They're not quite finished yet.
Says, wait, what? You wanted me to debut them here, right? Like.
Yes, but as I said, we hit a few bumps in the road on our way.
Says,
the shoes are not ready. The venom, in fact, destroyed the entire bottom half of the shoe, so unusable. What will you do?
Oh, okay. That's fine. Were we gonna put some of my blood in it too? Is that still what we're doing?
If that, yes, I remember that being on the table as well. I think that perhaps that was maybe something up to you. The venom, it was, in there, but maybe a smaller dose of the venom, and perhaps the rest of the liquid could be your blood, and perhaps that maybe that distillation. No. What's the word I'm thinking of? That perhaps that dilution will not destroy the shoe.
Says, all right, well, you never gave me an address to send the sample to, so I guess you can just grab it here. And he pulls up his sleeve and holds out his arm.
Right, of course, yes. Well, I silly me, I did not bring a syringe. So unless someone here has a clean needle, I'll not be able to take a sample. But I will here give your information to my servant here. She will take it down, and then I'll reach out in the future when everything is up and running again, and all of the kinks have been smoothed out, and perhaps at the next big event, or perhaps your next I don't know, whatever next big project you have, we can work out that then. Yes.
Says, okay, yeah, we're releasing a new single soon, so maybe then.
Perfect. I so look forward to hearing it. Yeah, so just give your information. This is Blue.
Blue?
And this is Jay. And
Blue Jay?
Nope, this one's Blue and this one's Jay. And this one, and I point to Helga, is Sunset. Have you? Yes,
give
if
me.
You could just give your
give me a deception check for all of this. Just everything you have said since meeting him.
What? You said deception?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. 14.
Okay. He says, all right. I guess I'll talk to Sunset.
No,
and
you should probably...
Helga steps forward and says, my name is Helga.
Oh, you're so funny, Sunset. I punch her in the arm.
Ow. Wait, actually, not ow? That didn't hurt very much.
Oh,
Please,
Sunset
you are
is...
very weak.
You know what? She ate some bad clams on the ride over. Yes, she's all funny in the head today.
And he says, oh, perfect pint.
Yes.
Oh my god, it gave me indigestion last week.
Right? Terrible. Yes, and indigestion, it just goes right to her head. Just right up there.
Oh, I understand. I was so delirious afterward. I totally get it, babe.
Great. Yes, perfect. Anywho, it was so great to see you. But we must away now.
We must away now. He says, you've never talked like that in the past.
She says, well, in my travels abroad, I seem to have picked up a few things.
The people kind of swarm him again as they get the feeling that the conversation's ending, and he says, so I'll talk to you more later in the party, I guess.
Yeah, great. Sure. And I leave. I look at Helga and I'm like, your name is Sunset.
She says, but that is not true. My name is Helga.
Okay, these people are enemies of friendship, so you have to tell them that your name is Sunset, otherwise they will be very bad, and we can't let them know that you are Helga, defender of friendship.
Oh, we are sabotaging the enemies of friendship.
Yes.
Okay, I will be Sunset.
Yes, good.
The son of Set.
I look back at Cassandra and Robin, and I go, I don't know what came over me. I had to think of a name on the spot. I tried to come up with a name on the spot. She gestures at all of her and says, Blue! Would you rather have been Jay?
And yeah, Robin gestures to Oliver too and says, Jay?
It was the first thing that came into my head, okay? This is what happens when we don't rehearse and we just wing it, okay?
And the guards, as you clear this crowd, I'm not gonna bother dropping down tokens for everyone until we decide that you guys are just gonna split up or something. Yeah. So we'll just say that your token is everyone here. Okay. As you approach the door, the guards kind of both open one of the doors each to guide you in, and you are met by a massive ballroom.
Oh, she fancy. Lisa immediately spies the food and is like, in her head, she's calculating the quickest way to get to the food.
Yeah, so you see immediately out the gate, there's this massive, glamorous staircase in front of you, right down this massive carpet that stretches out to the front door. And positioned in front of it are two guards along with this suit of purple armor. And then to each side, kind of flanking the center carpet, you see sweets of all kinds on one table on the right, and on the left you see small snacks, cheese and crackers and such, with really fine wines, with an assortment of wine glasses. And you see servants also carrying around trays of similarly fancy wines, and crackers and just little snacks, those little crackers that have different seafoods and stuff on them.
Oh yeah, it's a charcuterie board.
Hors d'oeuvres, as the nobility would call them. And actually, as you make your way in the door, you actually... Hang on. page is being very weird for me right now. As you make your way in the door, one of those servants actually approaches you and takes like a really deep bow while also holding this tray above their head. It's like this
God.
weirdly impressive move that they do. And then they gracefully stand back straight and say, "Welcome, ma'am. Could I interest you in wine or hors d'oeuvres?"
He's like holding like trays of both or what?
He has a tray of 3 different glasses of wine along with some hors d'oeuvres on the tray.
Yes, of course. I take a glass, and I take a little hors d'oeuvre, and I say, "Lovely. It has been some time since I have been here, but your the snacks never disappoint." I shove it into my mouth.
And he says, "And any for your servants?"
I look back at them kind of questioningly, like, "Do you guys want any, or should I say no because you're servants, or like what?"
Cassandra and Robin kind of shrug and take the other 2 glasses and an hors d'oeuvre each. And Helga looks at it and says, "Oh boy, snacks!" and grabs like 5 hors d'oeuvres and puts them all in her mouth at once.
Lise just kind of, "Yes, you are quite hungry, aren't you, Sunset? It's been a long journey. And yes, of course, indulge, delight. You are my servants, but here we are guests. So, partake,
And
of course."
as she does that, like the whole tray like shakes in his hand because she just with her big hand like grabs a bunch of hors d'oeuvres and he goes, "Oh my, yes, please help yourself." And he says, "If you desire anything more, please do not be afraid to ask." And he looks at Helga again one more time before kind of scurrying off.
Great. I look at Helga and I go, "Okay, Helga. All right, Sunset. You may have the snacks, but you have to let's play a little game while we're here, all right? Try to say as little as possible, and you can have as many of the snacks as you want."
She says, "Helga get more Sunset get more snacks if Sunset be quiet."
Yes.
Okay.
Sound
and
good?
she immediately beelines over to the hors d'oeuvres table.
Okay. Robin, Robin, would you mind? Me and Cassandra. I kind of whisper, like, "We're gonna go scout around this way. Would you mind? Keeping an eye on."
And Robin says, "Yeah, sure." And follows her. He says, "I don't know that I'll be able to stop her if she gets something in her mind, but sure."
Just tell her that, if she gets a certain way, just make something up about friendship. It works. It'll be for the best.
He says, "Yeah, friendship. Okay." And makes her way over there. As you look around this room, there's quite a bit going on. But some stuff that kind of stands out to you is, again, that massive staircase. There's random groups of nobles kind of gathered and talking in groups. There seems to be some of them having like a heated debate near the wines. And there's also a slightly larger group of people gathered in the far corner at a lounging chair where a kind of portly man is seated there being fed grapes.
Oh, God, he must be important. Do I spy any elves so far?
It seems to be almost entirely humans.
Great. Okay. I look at Cassandra and I'm like, all right, where do we start? Look for the dungeons, or should we try to blend in a little bit first?
Says, yeah, I mean, we kind of have all eyes on us right now. And as she says that, you notice that a lot of the nobles are kind of like looking at you and whispering. And you're reminded of all those days at court where if you were different in any way, or if you didn't blend in with high society, you were the gossip of the town.
Oh, shit. Okay. I hear people arguing, and the chaos, like, boils in Lisa's blood, and she's like, oh, what's going on over here?
You head over to the wines, where a few feet off, some people are sipping wines and arguing.
I approach and raise my glass. Well, no. I think I want to listen to what they're saying before I approach them.
And as you approach, they give me a stealth check to see if you're able to kind of listen in without them noticing you at first.
Okay. Nope. Nope.
No.
No. No.
All you catch coming up to them as they're arguing is, "No, le foot c'est bear." And then they say, "Oh, you, ma'am, you look to be one of high society. You have culture unlike this swine here."
Of course. What is the discussion, gentlemen?
He says, "Now this absolute bore seems to think that Le Foussebert is superior to Le Terre Colore Yellow."
Lisa's like, fuck. Oh no. What the internet? She's like, what language is that?
Does she say that out loud?
No, in her head.
And the other one says, "Well, ma'am, might you tell us what your favorite Burgundy is?"
Of course. I agree with the guy who called me over. And I'm like, obviously, what did he say?
Le Terre Colore Yellow.
Le Terre Colore Yellow?
Yeah.
Obviously that is superior. It just in every way, shape, or form. I can't imagine. I can't even imagine your side of the argument, sir.
And he hands you another glass, and says, "Right, it's superior. Here, you must have a drink. I see you are drinking the royal red, but please, I insist." And he hands a spare glass to you, for you to sip.
I hand my other glass to Cassandra. And I sip it. What does it taste like?
Give me a wisdom check. Just a flat wisdom check.
Oh no. Oh god, Zipper is pissed. She's outside my door yelling.
She needs in.
Wisdom is 16.
So your years of being at Elven Court, you've sipped so much fucking wine. You're like blasted back to those years, and you get like pains of like frustration of remembering like having to pretend to be having a good time in this in high society, and some of your like wine knowledge comes flooding back to you. You may not recognize this particular wine, but you immediately notice just how dry and acidic this particular wine is. It almost feels like it's practically bordering on vinegar tasting.
Yes. I say yes. I mean, this is with such a dry, savory flavor. It's perfect with dinner. It's clearly not a dessert wine, but it's fantastic to go with many a savory dish, or even just on its own.
And the other guy chimes in and says,
Well, yes, wouldn't you want a more desserty wine and a burgundy? Here, try the Le Fusebert one more time. I bet you just haven't had it in a while.
And he also hands you a spare glass.
All right. I'm now holding 2 glasses of wine. I sip the new one. Do
Give
another
me
wisdom
a wisdom
check.
check. Yep.
Yeah. Lisa's a wine connoisseur. She just forgot. 18.
You are reminded of some of the sweeter elven wines that you've tasted. This one is incredibly sweet. It has a really full body. It's like it's certainly not like quite as thin as the other wine is. And you remember all the nights of sipping wine and eating pastries at your house after like a ball or a gala.
She tastes it and goes, now hold on now. Perhaps you are right. It has been quite some time since I have had this particular wine. And with such a full body and sweet flavor, perhaps alone or with, I point to the pastry table, or with a pastry, this would pair very nicely. Yes, indeed.
And he says, so you think, which one do you think is better then?
I go back and forth between like sipping them, and I'm just like, and I'm just like, I'm making up like notes as like I'm like going along. Lisa's just trying to get drunk.
No. Tell me in excruciating detail these notes that you tell us about.
No.
Tell me.
She's essentially just repeating what she's already said. And like whenever they start nodding, she like continues down that path. But like for the acidic one, she's just like, yes, it's just such a dry, it would pair very well with maybe a salmon dish or baked Alaska or some such. And then this one, such a full body, perhaps too much of this one alone could be, probably too much, but just, paired quite nicely with, and what the fuck is that word? Accoutrement to, yeah, she literally just pulling out a bunch of like fancy shit out of her ass.
It's like, yeah, do you think it's like, I feel like I detect notes of walnut or maybe it's cherry wood.
Oh, do you know what it is? It's cherry nut.
Cherry nut?
That's what it is. It's the pit of a cherry.
It's an entire barrel made out of that?
Yes.
Oh, no wonder it's so sweet.
That's what it is. Where do these vintners come up with them? Come up with these ideas, But yes, no, I do say I quite like the sweeter one, just a tad better. I have a bit of a sweet tooth.
The sweeter one?
For an event such as this, the sweeter one. But for days when
each time you say the sweeter one, they look at each other like, wait, why is she calling it the sweeter one?
Oh, oh fuck, what was it called? I think she just tries to get around it. Like, it makes such a full body, and the sweetness, the notes of cherry nuts. Yes, very good.
They say, yeah, okay.
You wanted my opinion.
So they say, so the sweeter one, which was? And they're like both on like bated breath. Which one's better?
The yellow something was the other one, I think. Shit, what was it called? What did they say? They just said it. I wouldn't have forgotten it already. I just don't remember what you said.
I just said it.
Yeah, well, it was in French. Man. You think I'm gonna fucking remember that? No, I don't remember what it said. I don't remember what it was called.
They just stare at you for an uncomfortable amount of time waiting.
I down the rest of it and hand it back to them. And then I pat him on the shoulder and go, "Yes, good. I believe we've settled this." And I go, "I must away now." And I leave.
Give me a deception check. We'll see how if you're able to pull this off.
I'm at least just trying to get out of here at this point. Oh yeah. That's a 21.
As you say that, he says, "I told you Le Fusseber is superior."
Le Fusseber.
Those are not references to real wines whatsoever. Don't read into that.
Okay.
Yeah, you. I'm gonna give you a point of social standing for that. People are kind of like giggling and then turning away from you a little bit more now. They're not quite as many people are staring at you.
Nice. All right. I guess we'll wander over and see what the guy being fed grapes is all about.
I should also mention, I didn't mention this at first, but there are 4 doorways as well into other rooms of the manor. As I'm indicating here, these 4 spots where nobles are kind of like mingling in and out of. Yeah.
I guess if we're already close over here, maybe I'll go to this door and see what that's about.
Okay. You make your way into that room. And there's not quite as many nobles in here. You get the feeling that this is maybe where people are going to kind of like decompress a little bit from the rest of the party. And people are kind of just relaxing in this area. It's like a really fancy conservatory. Lots of like interesting plants in here. You notice there were like curtains, brilliant blue curtains drawn in the other room. This one not so much. There's like a lot of like weirdly like nocturnal type like plants that don't need quite as much sunlight in here. But like really interesting like blue ferns, like interesting mushrooms, coiling like elven deep forest brush all around this room. And there are a few nobles in here. One of which is currently sitting in, or one who is currently sitting at the table, who looks to be a woman of high standing. She's got an important looking, like beautiful, like gilded blue dress. And then you also see off on the side, there's a woman looking out the window, who has this like bob cut hair, and is kind of like wearing like a pantsuit, which you haven't seen much of in this party.
Girl boss pussy queen.
And yeah, and there's just a few people just kind of chatting calmly in here. And off in the far corner over here, you see some double doors that are closed.
I whisper to Cassandra, like, who has a conservatory of plants that don't need sunlight? That's a bit odd.
She says, yeah, I mean, it's probably just like, you know, interesting plants that you can't find anywhere else. I mean, noble people like stuff like that, right? Like stuff that
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I've told you about my mother's collections before, correct? Go on. I know firsthand about it.
And a lot of the noble people in this room are kind of like dining on like little fancy cakes.
Oh, Cassandra, I want a fancy cake. Did they bring them from out, or are they like on the tables?
No. They like each of them has like their own. There's not like a display in here of like little cakes.
Shit. All right. Well, I guess I kind of wander around and pretend that I'm looking at the plants, and just try and listen. I want to go near the lady who looks important and see if she's like, if I can catch parts of her conversation, or I don't know.
She's actually not really talking with anyone just this moment. She seems just eating her cake, and she seems to be focused on that.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably shouldn't bother her, especially because I don't know who she is. All right, maybe I'll come back in here, just because this maybe doesn't seem like a place to just wander into and start having conversations with people. Especially 'cause, like, you know, just wander up to someone eating and start talking to them. Like, that's a little weird.
Okay. So you head back into the main foyer.
Yeah, I go grab a little cake or a little cinnamon roll or something, and
There are
like,
none
eat.
to grab in here. You have all the cakes are being held by a person eating one. However, you do see coming out of those double doors, you see a servant bringing out a fancy cake, and they hand it to a very particular noble person and head back into that room.
This is like, Cassandra, I want that cake.
She says, "Ask a servant for one."
I go up to the nearest servant.
You go to a guy holding a tray of only wine glasses, and he says, "Yes, ma'am."
I point to the room with the cake, and I'm like, those look so wonderful. Are they for certain people only, or is it like, how do I obtain such a delightful little pastry?
I can put in an order for you for a cake, if that's what you would like.
You have to put in an order for it?
You have to, well, if you request one of the pastries, we will bring one to you. We make them so they are fresh for you.
I see. Yes, I would like one, please. Two.
Oh, yes. What kind would you like?
What kind is the, like, really royal fancy lady eating?
She seems to be eating like a toffee flavored cake. It's got like little shreds of like caramel on top as well.
Ooh, toffee caramel, if you could. And I look at Cassandra and I go, and red velvet.
It says, "I'm a little pissed that you got it right, even though I've never told you that."
That is so funny. Cassandra, I just know you, okay? You're the love of my life. We're so in sync, okay? I could probably guess most things about you because I love you so much.
And the servant says, "You're in love with your I'm gonna go put those orders in for you." Hurries over through the doors.
She's like, shit. Well, whatever. Let the servants gossip. I don't give a shit. I am not who I say I am. They can say whatever the fuck they want. A bit of scandal anyway is fun.
Also, out the window, you can see kind of in front of the manor, you see a noble couple getting onto a wagon out here. That wagon pulls away what looks to be a romantic wagon ride across the estate, while another wagon is returning in its place.
Cassandra, a romantic wagon ride? It'll be just like the Harvest Festival, except hopefully everything won't go to shit this time.
She says, "Yeah, don't Don't even jinx it like that, please.
She goes, well, all right. I don't think we can go on it anymore. I think I've ruined it. All right, well,
I mean, I'm not saying we can't. I'm just saying don't bring up the Harvest Festival, please.
I can't get that pumpkin out of my head, Cassandra. He haunts my dreams. All right, I guess I am I'll stay around here and admire the plants until that man brings us cake.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of like, I guess, mingle around the room, like looking at the different plants, admiring them. You do recognize some of these are definitely like the types of plants that you would see in the Misty Isles in Tialenrune, which is interesting. You haven't seen plants like this anywhere else. And you like kind of admire this like massive like mushroom plant that's got like these like tendrils growing out of it. And that woman in the pantsuit actually is walking past you and sees you admiring it and says, "Remarkable, aren't they?"
Yes, I was just thinking. I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like it.
And she says, yes. I think it's typically not found outside of deep forests in the Voidite Hills. I don't think I've ever seen a plant like this.
Yes, indeed. It's quite intimidating. It has a certain charm, wouldn't you say?
He says, yes, and she actually was moving past you though, and approaches another window and looks at it and says, "It's so interesting. These windows seem so bizarre. They like block light coming into the room."
Oh, that is interesting.
I wonder if these plants can't take much light.
Yes, in my very limited knowledge of plants, I did notice that the sort of collection in here is quite averse to the light.
Says, yes. What's your name, by the way?
Oh, I hold out my hand like this, and I'm like, oh, Crymella Demeanor. A charge.
She takes your hand and bows as well and says, "Oh, K-Rin at your service."
K-Rin.
And she says, "Crymella Demeanor, I don't think I've heard that name in the Cerulean Circle area before."
Yes, I've been abroad for a few years, so this is my homecoming, you could say.
And she says, Interesting. So you don't have an estate here, is what I'm hearing.
I have many homes in many different places.
Oh, I don't mean to offend by any means. The reason I ask is because, well, have you ever considered getting estates in the Cerulean Circle?
Oh, are you a real estate agent?
K-Rin at your service.
Of course. The pantsuit, lovely. I should have known. It's quite becoming on you. I wasn't currently in the market for a new home. However, on the way up, I was certainly admiring the many waterfront properties here. Tell me, in what areas? Is it only the Cerulean Circle that is your sort of jurisdiction, or do you sell real estate all over Orin?
Well, I typically tend to operate in the 3 different peninsulas of Azure, but the Cerulean Circle's the one that you're most interested in, yes?
Of course. Fantastic. And are there many homes available currently? I can't imagine anyone would want to move from here.
Oh, no. Sometimes people do end up having to move out of country for the purpose of business, and it just doesn't make sense to hold on to the properties. So occasionally people do end up selling. I currently have 3 properties for sale.
Fantastic. Tell me of them.
Well, there's a beautiful one off the North Island that is absolutely stunning, right on the corner of the island. So really, it's like a dual waterfront property. Beautiful. Can't even see the rest of the circle from there. It's just stretches of ocean and ships. And I could easily clear it for you for, the measly sum of 10, 15, around that range.
Of course, 10 or 15. Yes, that is the housing market these days.
Oh, yes, it's a perfect time to buy. That's down from 25, dear.
Oh, wow. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a fantastic price. I turn back to Cassandra and go, isn't that a fantastic price? But my eyes are just dead. They're dead.
And she says, I don't know what we're talking about right now.
That's all right, dear. You watch out for the cake. I just, as you know, I'm assuming the rest of this interaction is just gonna go. Karen is speaking and Lisa's nodding, and just it's in one ear and out the other.
She says, so might I interest you in the northern property?
Oh, well, I would have to see it. Of course, I'm not in the habit of buying a property unless I have thoroughly inspected it myself. I'm quite particular, you see.
She says, no worries whatsoever. And she actually has a messenger bag. She pulls around and she pulls out a manila folder and pulls out a bunch of pictures of the property. And it is this like beautiful, massive manor, a giant tower looking out over the corner. It's got 2 separate docks on each side of the corner, a beautiful little gazebo, and like all this beautiful foliage all around. And she says, and again, I could put you down as interested right now, and that'll lock in that price so that no matter what happens on the market, you're locked in.
You know what? Yes, put me down as interested. And do you have a card or something that maybe perhaps after the party we can speak on this more?
She says, absolutely. And she pulls out a little business card, and it's like got like hollow on it. And like as you like angle it, it's like it says K and then Rin, K Rin. And she has an address on it as well as a mailing address. And she says, do not hesitate to reach out at any point. I am available 24/7.
Fantastic. I am quite excited to schedule a viewing. I take her card and I just give it to Cassandra and I go, my servant will arrange the details when the time is right. But so lovely to meet you, Karen. We will talk more. And I turn and start. I don't know. I just go somewhere else while I wait for my cake.
She, like Cassandra, kind of shoves that in her pocket. And Karen says, You know what? I like you. I like you a lot. I'm going to put you down for the low end. I'm going to put you down for 10.
I wink at her and I go, you're a doll.
She says, all right, Crymella Demeanor down for 10 billion on the northern property.
Yes, right. Well, like I said, we'll speak more, after the party.
We will be in touch. Don't you worry, dear.
Great, perfect, fantastic. And as once they're like completely out of earshot, Lise just looks at Cassandra like $10 billion. Holy shit!
And she says, "Yeah, I had a feeling there was a reason she wasn't saying the exact numbers."
Yeah, goddamn these rich people in there. Oh, 10. Fuck you, 10 what? Did my social standing go up?
You now are she writes your name down. You have been jotted down for $10 billion for the northern property. And yes, your social standing has increased.
Damn, I wish I had access to Crymella Demeanor's actual money, because I bet that bitch had $10 billion. I bet I could afford that goddamn property with her money. I look at Cassandra and I go, I should wear this to a bank, and I should try and get her funds.
She says, yeah, I mean, maybe. That there might be something to that.
Wait a minute. Didn't we rob the bank that had all of my funds in it? Wasn't that the whole point of this outfit, or no? Oh, no. Oh, no, that was someone else.
You robbed the Obsidian Brotherhood.
Yes, but when me and Robin robbed the bank, who was I dressed as?
You were not Crimella Demeanor. You were someone else.
Okay.
I think you put on some other name.
Well, okay, yeah, but I remember it being like...
You were just some random noble woman.
Okay.
I can't remember what you made your name.
Well, because it was Robin who suggested it. Because she was like, this person has a bank here. And then that other person made me look like them without magic.
Yeah, it was not Crimella.
Okay, I thought it was. But anyway. All right, well, damn, I gotta capitalize on this. I gotta capitalize on being Carmella, because goddamn, if I'm gonna have to keep doing this shit, I need that bitch's money for sure.
And you, as you're like talking with Cassandra about this, you notice that blue dressed woman is gone. Actually, she has left the room.
Oh shit! All right, well, I'll eat my cake and then follow after her.
Okay. And actually, a servant approaches you and says, your pastries, miss.
Yes. Oh, thank you. I very happily take this cake.
It has a tiny little dainty plate with like a little thumb hold on it and just the tiniest little fork you've ever seen in your life.
Lisa's like, in her head, she looks at this little fork and it's literally you're coming home with me.
And yeah, the servant retreats back into the kitchen.
I guess we just sit at a nearby table and eat the cake.
All right. Actually, yeah, you take a seat, and a couple people across from you end up like kind of whispering and looking at you and whispering and looking at you.
I smile at them.
They say,
hello.
Oh, sorry, we don't mean to gossip.
That's quite all right. It's the name of the game. I love a bit of gossip. What are we discussing?
You.
Well, of course, I'm quite a spectacle. But what of me?
She says, well, you were gone for the past 5 years.
Yes.
What happened to Crimella Demeanor in that time?
Oh, well, I was abroad, you know. My business ventures do require I travel quite often, you know. And I kind of lower my voice and I say, my specimens are from the world over, you know. And I must handpick them myself for the best quality, you understand.
And they say, yes, of course, but there were rumors circulating that you were dead.
Oh, you know how we love to gossip. Who here, I point with my little fork and I go, who here has not been presumed dead at least once?
And like they kind of both look at each other and they say, have you been presumed dead? And the other says, I don't think I have.
Elise goes, you haven't been presumed dead? And I give Cassandra like a,
Give me an intimidation check.
Oh, yeah. Intimidation. 22.
One of them, the first one, blushes and they say, oh my, is that the new in thing? I had no idea. Is that...
She goes, well, I mean, if you haven't done it, of course it's no big thing.
And the second one, who before was confused, seems to like have picked up on this and just says, "Well, of course you need to be presumed dead at some point. It adds to the allure."
Of course, it adds to your image, your maquillage, it adds to your legend, of course. And you know what they say: all gossip is good gossip.
And the first one's face is fully red now, and she says, "Well, I had never heard.
Lise like puts her hand on our table and she goes, "It's quite all right, dear." And she goes, "Our little secret."
And the second one's, and the first one says, "Wait, I don't think you've been presumed dead." And the second one's kind of blushes for a second and says, "Well, I haven't gotten around to it, but between you and me, I'm planning on faking my death soon, so don't you worry."
Lisa's like, very smart, very smart. I'd get on it now. Yes, it's quite because the longer you wait, I mean, what's the point?
She like nods and says, "Yeah, it's fashion, and it ebbs and flows. If you don't get in, you'll never be in time."
Of course, exactly. See, you understand. I like you. What was your name?
She says, "Oh, Lucille, dear."
Lucille. What a gorge name. Love it.
And the first one says, "I think I need to go powder my nose." And her face is fully red, and she gets up and scurries out of the room.
I lean into Lucille and I say, "Well, for her sake, let's hope she does not return."
She, give me another intimidation check.
Oh no, this one's bad. It's only 6.
And she it makes her uncomfortable again, but like in a bad way. Like she kind of like backs away and says, "Okay, yeah, I'm going to go check on her."
Yeah, I just go back to eating my cake. Listen, I mean, Carmela is like a crime boss. She should be like a little unsettling.
She also flees the room.
Lisa's like, "Nice. Cassandra, I think I'm killing this gala thing."
Cassandra says, "Yeah, I guess we just have to be careful we don't scare people too much."
Did you think I was being too scary? Oh, shit. All right. I guess I have to tone it down.
Yeah, I think for that I'll give you another point of social standing.
Nice. Okay, yeah, we finish the cake and leave. I want to go to the other room over here on the other side now.
Okay. Back to the main foyer, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Over here on the other side of the hall to the other room.
Okay. As you actually cross the hall, you notice that portly man in the like lounging chair like looks at you as you're like crossing the like threshold. He was looking directly at you.
Did we make eye contact? Because
you did for like a split second.
Was it like uncomfortable, or was it like...
He didn't look away.
Can I do an insight check to see if it was like, what the vibe of that was?
Go ahead.
Well, like, should I like go talk to him, or did I get the feeling that he like knows who I am?
Give me an insight check.
Oh yeah. Oh geez. 23.
It was very investigative. Like you get the feeling that he like noticed something about you. Like he either like knows you or like is suspicious of you. Something about it was a little off-putting.
I lean into Cassandra and I go, "I think we have to stay away from the man in the grapes. I think that he just clocked me."
She says, I mean, if isn't it like if people are suspicious, we should like mingle more with them? Like, isn't that how this works? Like, shouldn't we talk to him about it?
Well, but I'm just worried he knew me. He knew Crimella before she was me. You know? And I might look like her, but if he knew her before, I don't know any of her mannerisms or any of the things she would say or what she was actually like. So maybe it is better to stay away.
She says, maybe. I don't know.
All right. Well, let's check this room out a little bit and then go back out there and maybe catch his vibe.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, because the problem is, if he's suspicious, we probably need to cut that off at the pass before it gets out of hand, right?
Oh shit! All right, I do a quick pass around this room, and I go back, and then I go back out after an appropriate amount of time.
Okay. You come into this room, and it's actually kind of similar to the other room. Not quite as much going on in here. There's kind of some nobles like bustling about. But it's not quite as busy in here as it is in the foyer. There is a collection of people at the far left when you first come in, who are all like clearly gossiping about something big, and like a lot of like giggling and like doing like the wrist pop that nobles do, and like the laughs. And stuff like that. So you immediately clock that they're talking about something like some big drama. But around the room, you see these different pedestals containing different like valuable artifacts. And you get the feeling that they're all related to the large statues in this room. Give me a religion check.
Religion.
Yes.
Religion. Okay. 8.
8? Yeah, you don't really know a whole lot about these statues. What you do recognize is that the far statue is a statue of Tyr. You recognize that from your days in Caliban. Meanwhile, there is another statue of this very large statue of this valiant woman wielding a sword and what appears to be Templar armor with like angelic wings behind her.
Is there a plaque?
Yes. You can't quite read it from where you are, but you can look at it in just a moment. You scout the room. Everybody's kind of looking at these artifacts and inspecting all these different things. And just outside, you can't quite see outside, but you recall there was like a group of people on like the patio area outside. And you can from here hear them all shouting and jeering and cheering and yelling. Clearly something's going on out there. But yeah. That's the room.
Interesting. As soon as I see the statue of Tyr, I feel like you see Lise like immediately scowl and then like remember that she is supposed to be nice or like someone fancy, and immediately, the mask settles back into place.
Yeah, you see people like looking at you every now and again over their shoulders, and you recall you have to keep a face on.
Yeah, but I would like to read the plaque.
Sure. You bustle over to this large, the statue of this large woman, and it is to the prophet Justinia.
Nice. Does it,
and the plaque has a short description. His Holiness Tyr's first and most beloved prophet.
Sounds a little familiar. Interesting. All right. At least catalogs that information away for later.
Okay.
And then like becomes very uncomfortable standing near this statue of Tyr, and just has to get out of this room.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we should go quell whatever suspicions that guy was having.
Okay. And as you pass these people in this far left corner, they're like again, like the laughter like gets really high again. They are fucking hooting and hollering about some big drama. You head back out into the foyer, and that portly man on the lounge chair immediately locks eyes with you again.
I give him a small wave.
He nods at you and does like the beckoning finger gesture, like he like the come here finger.
I whisper under my breath to Cassandra, "Here we go." And as I'm walking over, I pick up another bottle of wine or a glass of wine from a servant.
You give me a sleight of hand check to see how like smoothly you go about this.
Oh God! I spill it. Bedlam gets so happy that I just knock the shit ton of wine over.
Yes, it's beginning!
Sleight of hand. It's only a 9.
With a 9, you do grab the glass and you get it off the tray, but like you kind of like bump the tray a little bit, and the servant goes ah, and like the glasses like shake a little bit, and he like falls on his ass, but he manages to keep the tray up.
At least pretends like none of that happened and keeps walking.
After you terrorize this poor man, you walk toward this portly man on the sofa, and he's currently being fed a grape by the person next to him, and he kind of waves his hand at them to signal them to step away. And then you hear this man's voice for the first time.
Uh-oh.
And he says,
Yeah, what brings you to this party, eh?
In her head, Lisa's like, why? Why must it be this?
Quite the surprise seeing you here.
But outwardly, she just kind of raises her eyebrows slightly, and she says, and she kind of just gestures around with her wine glass and says, "It is the Gilded Gala. Did you think I would not come?"
Well, I certainly thought you wouldn't come. But,
and he looks at the servants nearby him, and he says,
give me and my friend here a little space, a little privacy, huh?
and they kind of move a little bit away from you guys, kind of just out of earshot. And he says,
You can drop the act.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, come on. This is one of those things that we do to show respect around here. We show our true selves. So, who am I really talking to?
I'm terribly sorry. I haven't the faintest idea of what you're speaking. I'm Crimella Demeanor.
Well, that's a shame. And it's really interesting, too, because... Well, I have Crimella's head on my desk back at home.
Well, Lisa's like, fuck!
Now, unless you've found a way to get around something like that, I think maybe you should be a little more kind to me.
Lisa, like, is trying very hard to keep her composure. I think that in this moment, she does not look at Cassandra, and just tries to, I don't know, keep this guy's attention on herself.
Cassandra has like her hand on your shoulder, and she like squeezes your shoulder at this, and he says,
Oh, listen, I see the stress on your face. I don't mean to stress you out.
She's like, what? Hold on. Hold on. Oh no. Oh man. See, I wasn't prepared for this. In her head, I think Lisa's like, this is why you always come up with a plan. But I think she just kind of swirls her wine a little bit. And she says, what do you want?
Says, oh, listen, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you here. In fact, you being here is good for business.
How so?
You being alive and well, walking around, schmoozing with everyone. Don't think I ain't noticed the schmoozing. You doing so takes all the suspicion off me.
And what might you be up to?
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Who might I be speaking to, madam?
But Lisa's like, well, I'm not gonna give him my name.
I think as you're deliberating in front of him, he holds out a hand and says,
Don't worry. I often don't deal in real names. Necrocolumn at your service.
Lisa's like, that's the yuckiest name I think I've heard, but I'll mark it down.
watch him chat to see if they get it.
I think she just like is like, files that away.
Alex got it.
Oh God, I don't understand.
Don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to what we're doing.
I don't get it.
He
but
holds
it's
out his
okay.
hand and says his name is Necrocolumn.
Lisa says, I don't shake hands. And I am off the top of her head. Scarlet.
Scarlet works fine for me. Nice to meet you, Scarlet.
Charmed, I'm sure.
And he looks at you and Cassandra and like eyes darting back and forth, and he says,
Definitely not your real name, though, huh?
She just smiles.
Says, I got a feeling I'm in the presence of royalty.
I love that fucking Ray and Lux assume that I don't know what I've done.
Scarlet's a real good name for me. But again, I don't know that that's your real name. Don't worry, I don't mean to pry. But I do think I'm in the presence of fame and royalty right now. Someone who really wouldn't want their real identity coming out at this here party, especially not at this particular party.
and his eyes dart back and forth between you and the guards around the room. He says,
And hey, your secret's safe with me, madam.
and he does like a zipped lips gesture.
And she goes, so then that brings us to my previous question. What do you want?
Well, first of all, just trying to make your acquaintance, ma'am. It's good for business to talk to partners. Listen, I'm willing to offer you a lot of money because I bet you've got some valuable information stored in that there noggin of yours.
Perhaps I do.
You don't gotta make any decisions right now. But, I often deal in information. Listen, I'm not on the side of Caliban or Orin or what have you.
And
I
yes,
only
here you
side
are
with money.
at the Gilded Gala.
Oh, of course I am. What, do you take me for some kind of dolt? I go where the money is.
She
Listen,
kind of weighs this.
listen, you can get a lot of valuable information at these parties. I got my guys scoping the whole place out, talking to people left and right. I knew the moment you came in, and that's why I've been wanting to talk to you this entire goddamn time.
All right. And what would you have to say? Are you just going to offer me money for information, or?
Look, the world is in turmoil right now. See? things are getting real heated, especially on the Western Front. Sanctuary is gonna fall any day now. Everybody knows it. All right. My assets have been moved, and what have you. But there's definitely things I don't know about. There's things going on that even me with my network, I just can't quite get where I need to be.
All right.
So, if you happen to have any information about Orin or Caliban, their military moves, things that could be valuable to someone like me, someone not trying to stir the pot or nothing, someone who's trying to get a little rich off this, well, I'd be willing to pay.
And he gestures at one of the servants, and he says, information is just words, You just say words, and it feels like nothing, but those words have weight. And that servant drops a bag of gold on the table of 1,000 gold pieces. Punk! It collides with the table, and some coins spill out. And he says, "If you're willing to give me something, anything, that I can use. One of these for every little tidbit you got."
I think Lise eyes the money on the table and it just looks unimpressed. I think she's not trying to be disrespectful, but I think that in this moment of not honesty, but in her ruse is kind of up, she is not trying as hard to keep her mask quite in place. But so I think that she just looks a little like she does not like this man. She does not like these propositions. She's not going to openly be rude or say anything mean to him, but she just looks like just kind of a general a neutral kind of passing unimpressed. But she says, "It's a generous offer. And one I will consider. Is this only for tonight? Or does this offer stand in the future as well?"
He squints at you and says, "I got the feeling you're not going to be in town for much longer."
She kind of does that. She's trying not to smile, so she purses her lips. And she says, "I'm quite prone to traveling."
Says, "Well, if you're able to get in contact with me again at some point, listen, the offer always stands. As long as it's information I can use, I find it valuable. But just keep in mind, I don't got no permanent residences, if you catch my drift."
She kind of nods and says, "Well, nothing quite comes to mind, but if anything of value surfaces, I'll be sure to let you know."
He says, "All right, and I understand if you need to think about it, that's perfectly fine. But again, I'll remind you, I don't give a damn about these people around here, all right? Between you and me, Orin can suck it. Caliban can suck it. Both of them can suck it. Every country and continent can suck it as far as I can. Looking to make money, dear. In fact, war is good for money. I'm not trying to make anyone win. So, just bear that in mind. I'm not gonna double-cross you."
I think that in lieu of a response, she raises her wine glass and steps away.
And he winks at you and he says,
Think about it.
"Will do."
And his servants return to him and they go back to feeding him grapes.
I get the fuck out of Dodge. I get as far away from him as possible.
Where do you go?
I think I make a round, pick up another, like, sweet thing off the pastry table, and then round my way back over to where Robin and Helga are.
Okay. Just to remind you, you still haven't been through the backmost room. There's 2 doorways there, and then, there's still stuff that you haven't done in each of the rooms.
I think I just need to warn Robin.
You head back over to the table, and like Helga is chowing the fuck down, and in fact, you came back as like she has like a fistful of hors d'oeuvres that she's munching on, and a servant has walked up to her and been like, "Ma'am, might I interest you in an entree of some sort?" And she says, "Intra? What?"
Lee says, "What?" She says, she kind of steps in and says, "Is there a menu, or is it sort of anything goes?"
And they say, most things our cooks are fully capable of preparing for you if you put it in order with us."
Of course. Sunset, dear, is there anything you would like? Is there any larger food that you would like to eat instead of snacks?
Says, we are working to defeat the anti-friendship people, so I probably need big meal. And the servant says, "The anti-friendship people? What?"
She had some bad clams.
And Helga says, big steak.
She says, porterhouse?
And they say, yes, of course, quite heavy, but we can do it. And they bow and make their way toward the kitchen.
Awesome. I look at Helga and I go, "Okay, you can have the steak, but after that, nothing else."
Oh, okay. You say I eat snacks. That's what I do.
Yes, and you're doing very good at it, but after the steak, it's job time. So after that, no more.
Okay. Helga is very good at eating.
Yes, good job. I turn to Robin, and I feel like I'm just being I'm trying to be very subtle. Like I'm like hardly moving my lips. But I describe in detail what happened with the man.
And when you do, she says, "Sorry, did you say necrocolumn?"
That's what he said. It sounds like a gross name, actually. It hurts my mouth to say it.
Yeah, he's like, there's the criminal underworld, and then there's the criminal underworld.
He knew like right
one.
away. He knew like right away that Carmela was dead. He said that he's got her head. Yeah, I don't even want to discuss that.
Yeah. So I don't know a whole lot about him. He's kind of a shadow figure. But he is a legend. Just don't get on his bad side. Don't try to screw him over.
Lisa's like, he's not a figure. He's right over there. He's a small little man.
And she says, "If he says he's not gonna fuck you over, though, I think just be careful about any information you do give him. But I think it could be lucrative."
I'm not planning on giving him anything. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want anything to do with that, Robin.
All I will say is, if you do give him information, just don't lie. You might think it's an easy way to make money quick.
No.
But he'll find you.
I like money. I don't like his money. I don't want that. I don't want whatever blood cursed money he's gonna give to me. I don't want that. I don't want it.
And as you guys are talking, we're gonna have our next poll. Chat, someone approaches Helga. Are they kind or rude?
Oh my God.
One for kind, two for rude.
Oh, fucking, let's light this candle.
What, you want them to be rude?
No, I'm just saying, like, if they are rude, I will kill them.
Uh-oh, that'll ruin the party. But yeah, she says, yeah, in general, it's probably best to not get mixed up with Necrocolumn, but if you're really strapped for cash, it's not a bad source of income, and my guess is 1,000's not the limit. You could probably make a lot of money real quick talking to him. But again, probably not worth it.
Yeah, it's an interesting offer, but I like all the parts of me that are here, and I don't want to fuck with it.
And yeah.
Hold on. Ray has to decide.
Oh, okay. Ray, get your vote in now. Vote for rude.
No.
Oh,
Thank
Ray
God.
voted kind.
Why do you want people to be mean to Helga? That's fucked up.
I mainly just want to see what Lisa's gonna do. But
Punch that man right in his nose.
All right. So the person approaches Helga, and they're very kind to her. Lise, as you're talking to Robin, someone approaches Helga, and they look nervous. It's this, and she's a very small woman. She's like maybe 5'2", like really short, like red hair, natural red hair, like a baby blue dress. It kind of looks like homemade. And she approaches Helga and she says, "My, I saw you across the foyer, and I must say, you look absolutely ravishing, ma'am."
I think Lise, like, sensing that this woman is, like, I don't know if, like, flirting, but just, like, being kind to Helga is happening. And it's, like, she kind of freezes in place and like, hopes that if she stays completely still, she can witness this encounter.
Helga says, Helga not have rabies. Helga has checked. And this girl giggles and says, "No, dear, ravishing." And she says, and Helga like looks at you.
I whisper, pretending not to listen, but I whisper, "She's telling you that you look very pretty."
Yeah, you guys are like back to back, basically. And like she like kind of like looks over her shoulder, and you nudge her and say that. And she says, you talking to my friend, yes? Not, you are talking to my friend." And she says, "No, darling, you're pretty." And she says, oh. And she doesn't say much. She says, "The purple it really matches your eyes. It goes beautifully with them." And like you can like sense like Helga like raising her hand to like touch her face, like where her eyes are, and be like, "Oh, it match eyes."
I think Lise has a death grip on Cassandra as they're both standing here listening to this.
And Helga doesn't say much, and she says, thank you. You are very, very pretty. You are pretty one, not Helga. You are pretty. And she says, "Well, thank you, dear. My name's Elizabeth Hawthorne. It's lovely to meet you." And she holds out
the gentriest name I have ever heard.
She holds out her hand, and Helga like grabs her hand and shakes it furiously.
Oh,
she goes, oh my.
I kind of nudge her. I'm like, "She's smaller than you. Don't break her."
And she says, sorry, I almost break you." Just, "Oh no, dear, you're fine." She says, "Well, I hope to see you more around the party." And she like, you like look over your shoulder just in time to see her like touch like Helga's like forearm, like and like squeeze a little bit, and then continue on to the rest of the party.
I look at Cassandra, and my entire mouth is on the floor. Just like, Helga.
Helga turns around to look at you, and her face is flush red, and she says, "What happened?"
You just got flirted with, Helga. Did you see? I'm like gripping Cassandra really hard. Did you see the way that she touched her arm?
She says, "Oh yeah." And Helga says, "No, probably misunderstanding."
No. Forget everything else we were here to do. Merlin can wait. Helga, that like beautiful rich lady. Well, actually, her dress was tastefully made, but it looked like perhaps she made it herself. So maybe she's not, well, but this is a party for rich people. So I don't know how she could be here if she wasn't on the list. So she must be some kind of like, part of the gentry. Is it gentry or gentry? It starts with a G, but I never know.
Probably gentry.
A part of the gentry.
The gentleman. The gentle class.
The gentle class. Fuck. Also, Elizabeth Hawthorne? That's the gentriest name I've ever heard in my life. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she just made that one up. But, no. Fuck. Helga, go get her, like, a dress so you can write her letters or something.
Helga says, "Oh, you think she want to be Helga friend?"
Yeah. I think me and Cassandra are just taking turns going, yeah.
Says, "Oh, that is, should I go hug?"
Remember that she is very small and looks kind of fragile. Perhaps go gentle, go easy on her.
Okay.
And also don't tell her why we're here. In fact, Robin, will you chaperone Helga? and Miss Hawthorne?
"I'm already on it."
Okay, I'm like, okay, this is fantastic and amazing. And as much as I wish I could stand here and simply watch everything going on with that, we do have to find where the dungeon is. That is like the reason we came here.
You so far haven't seen any hint of like a downstairs in this area. But yeah, Helga says, "Should Helga go talk to her right now?"
Yes, I think you should. Why don't you bring her a glass of wine? Say, "Here, this is for you." And
as you're saying that, Cassandra's like,
Well, no, Lise. She's gotta play up the game.
Cassandra, I love you dearly, but I think that you perhaps misunderstand everything about Helga. I don't agree that she can do anything of the sort. I think that Helga can do nothing but be herself, and that
It's
is
all
what
about
we-
intrigue, Lise.
Cassandra, I love you so much, but sometimes your head's full of rocks. I don't think. Okay, Cassandra, how do you think that's gonna go? Paint a picture for me.
You gotta give her time to stew and think about her. And then you
what
meet
shall-
up later in the party and you talk again.
Do you want to chaperone Helga and me and Robin will go search for the dungeon? Is that what you want to do?
She says, "I'm down. I'm interested."
I'm also interested, but all right, Helga. I grip her on the arms. This is what you're going to do. And I look at Cassandra and tell her to shut up. And I look back at her and I go, okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to wait like 20 minutes, okay? And then you are going to take 2 glasses of wine. You're going to go over and you're going to bring one to her. If she is already having a glass of wine, set the other one down before you walk over there. But if she does not have one, then you hand one to her. And you just have a nice, start a conversation, get to know her, perhaps get her address that you might write her letters on our adventures, because I'm quite certain that after tonight we will never be back here again. Actually, hold on. Cassandra, this woman is a citizen of Orin. Do you think that we should be setting Helga up like this?
I think at this point, Helga is just going, this is very complicated.
Sandra's like, it's fine. I'll figure something out.
Well, wait, hold on. I think that we're jumping the gun a little bit. I think that we have not addressed the most important thing so far. Helga, did you think that Elizabeth was pretty?
Oh, she's very pretty.
Okay. You would like to be her friend?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think that perhaps sometime in the future she would like to kiss you on the mouth? That you would be alright with that?
Oh, no one does that thing to Helga.
Okay, but if she wanted to do that,
She
would
will
you...
not.
No, but it's just a hypothetical.
I don't understand.
It's just a made up, like, if she wanted to,
But
would
she
you be
would
okay
not.
with that? No, we're not. It's all make up in your head, okay? If she wanted to.
She says, if friend want kiss Helga on mouth, and like she's like, you see like the gears are really turning in her head, and her face gets really fucking red while she's thinking about it, and like she kind of like stiffens up a little bit and says, this will not happen.
Okay, but if it did, would you be okay with it? Would you want that?
Helga not know. Helga never do the kissing before.
Okay. Is that something that you would like to try or no? Because it's all about how you feel, darling. If you are not interested or if you do not want to, then don't.
Says,
But-
she was very pretty. And she's like, you see her sweating at this point. She's like gotten into like mental processes that are just like on loops at this point. So she just doesn't know at this point. And she says, she like swallows and says, yes.
Okay, perfect. See, that wasn't so hard. Good
But
job.
this thing not happened though.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that you need to understand the prospect that you are very pretty, Helga, and that other people do find you attractive, and sometimes perhaps they would even want to kiss you on your mouth.
Says, no, Helga is strong. And she like flexes, and you actually see like, even though it's a sleeveless dress, like some of the seams around like the shoulder area are like really struggling to stay together. And she says, Helga is strong. Protect pretty friends. Helga is strong, so pretty friends are protected.
You can be strong and pretty, Helga.
Oh.
Cassandra's strong and pretty.
Oh, Cassandra not strong.
What? Okay. All right, hold on. Back it up a little bit. That was a little mean, Helga.
Helga says, what? Cassandra is pretty, not strong. And like Helga's standing there with her like big fucking buff arms. And she says, and like she's also red in the face now.
Lisa's like fucking slapping herself in the face, like, both of my girlfriend and my friend are both big and buff and strong and pretty, and you're both stupid as shit. God, get it together.
Helga says, you are strong, Cassandra? I not know this. And Cassandra's like, I mean, I can, bench like 400, something like that.
Holy shit!
And Cassandra says, oh, 400, that's not strong.
Helga!
She is pretty.
All right. Now I take Helga's hands in mine. Now is not the time to discuss this. We are in enemy territory at a gala we were not invited to. We are undercover, and I'm trying to find the dungeon, okay? I am happy that someone thinks that, other than us, thinks that you are very pretty. I'm not going to debate with you whether my girlfriend is strong or not. Now is not the time. We can have this discussion. We can have this discussion after we have rescued Merlin from the fucking hell prison, all right?
Hell prison.
Well, it's... I don't know.
No, I know what you meant.
After that conversation with Asmodeus, it's hell prison now.
Xander says, "Don't worry. I'll track her down. I'll try to set them up. We'll see what happens."
Okay, just remember that we are fugitives here. We are not supposed to be here. And perhaps if she finds out who we are, maybe she will call the police and it will be a very bad idea. But so just like keep all of that in mind while you're trying to set them up. Me and Robert are going to go find the dungeon.
She says, "Yes, I am sunchild. Sunset. Sunrise."
Helga, darling, you've already introduced yourself to her as Helga. I think that perhaps it is too late to refer to yourself again as Sunset. Although it was a nice ruse we had going there for a little bit.
Oh no, Helga make mistake.
It's
Not
okay.
get snacks anymore.
No, that's okay. Your steak is coming. You know what, Cassandra? Let her eat the steak first. Let her calm down, and then take her over to talk to Miss Hawthorne.
You do get the feeling that Helga's heart is beating out of her chest right now.
Yeah, maybe let her calm down, eat the steak. Helga, I point to like a nearby plate of hors d'oeuvres that maybe is like a little less than half full. And I say, you can have those and your steak. And then after that, it's no more.
Says, okay. And actually the servant comes back with literally just a plate with a steak on it. They tried to like put like little vegetables and garnish around the sides to like kind of make it look fancier. And they like present the tray to Helga. She says, "Oh, thank you," and grabs it with her bare hand and starts biting chunks out of the steak.
I think I just look at Cassandra. And I clap her on the shoulder and I'm like, "Good luck." I grab Robin and we start.
You get the feeling that Cassandra is like tickled pink about this. Like she's like loving this bullshit.
I too am loving this bullshit, but I feel like me and Robin are the only two of us here who are like, weren't we here for something? Like,
yeah.
Let's head to the back room.
Okay. As you are heading back there, you hear the gossipers from that other room to the right, like uproar into more giggling and jeering and laughing.
Oh my god. I almost have to know what they're talking about, Robin. I almost can't handle it.
Because, I mean, it's a party. We can go wherever we want. Do you want to go?
All right. Let me find out what the fuck is so funny, and then we will go to the back.
You head back there, and you see a bunch of people gathered around next to the Justinia statue.
Right.
And one of them perks up when you walk over. Really quickly, I'm going to run a poll.
Ooh.
Because one of them says, "Oh, hello. Are you new to the party? I don't think I've seen you walking about."
I've been here before. I look at Robin. We've been about. It is a big castle.
They say, "Oh, lovely. Well, have you heard about the big news?
No, I
The
don't
big
believe.
talk."
No, I don't believe I have. Do tell.
We are going to run a poll really quick, chat. Are these people gossiping about Lady Gloomare's social or antisocial behavior during the party? 1 for antisocial, 2 for social. Has Lady Gloomare been particularly social, or has she been rather distant?
Gloom air. God. Is there something I'm missing there? Is she a vampire too?
2? What?
Well, in our first campaign,
Oh, the vampire. Yeah, okay. We had a campaign between us and some friends that was just that yes, there was a vampire arc. I was about to say, who else in this campaign has been a vampire?
well, listen, there could be a lot of vampires and I just don't know.
Maybe Helga's a vampire. Do we know for sure? By the way,
Okay,
if you are new in
the sun
chat
too
to the polls to vote, you just type 1 or 2 in chat. And don't worry, no one knows who Lady Gloomare is yet. So
Yeah.
there's no like hidden meaning in this poll. Lady Gloomare is a strange woman who Lise has not yet encountered. Lise, our main character.
That is the first time I'm hearing of her.
But yeah, you're right. I guess technically everyone here could be a vampire and you just don't know it.
Well, they better fucking not be.
You better
What the
fucking
fuck?
not do that.
Yeah. Listen, you're already kind of weirding me out with the conservatory and the plants that don't need the sun. All right, that's already a little too weird for me.
All right, we are going to finish the poll now. It sounds like they're gossiping about her antisocial behavior during this party.
Oh.
And one of them says, "Yes, Lady Gloomare, have you not heard about?" "Oh, come closer."
Oh, God. All right.
And they beckon you into their little gossip corner. They're all like sipping wine and gossiping. And
All right.
Says, "My name's Sarah. Sorry, forgot to introduce myself. And you are?"
That's all right. Caramella.
Carmela. Oh, lovely to meet you.
Lovely.
We've just been talking about the latest gossip during the party.
Of course. Yes, I've been around, but I haven't heard much of anything. I've been caught up in, so many different conversations. Do tell.
Yes, Lady Gloomare has been so distant during the party tonight. I mean, you know what, with the death of her husband, it's understandable, but why did she attend the party in the first place, do you think, if she's so beat up about it?
Well, one can only speculate, of course. Gloomare, remind me of her.
Lady Gloomare, she's a noble woman out of Skyvale.
Oh, of course, yes.
She deals with a lot of property over there.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. I see.
A burgeoning market in Skyvale.
Right, of course. Tragic. Such a
Tragic.
Well, no, not tragic.
Tragic? No, that's amazing for business, dear.
Oh, of course. Did I say tragic? I meant fabulous. I swirl my wine, and I'm like, I think I must have just. Oh, I think I must have just had a glass too many.
You're like gritting your teeth, holding it together.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to mention this, by the way. I gave you a point of social standing for that conversation with Helga and Elizabeth Hawthorne.
Great. Love it. How many points do I need?
I will say, the more you can get, the better, no matter what. It's
Okay.
You want as much social standing as you can get.
All right. Interesting. So, where is she this evening? Is she? She's being quite antisocial. What? Perhaps I've seen her around. What is she wearing this evening?
Oh, she's wearing a lovely blue dress this evening. It's so darling. All kinds of jewels adorning the collar, and all kinds of beautiful necklaces, and you couldn't possibly miss her.
I think I did see her in the conservatory, now that you mention it. Yes, and she was sitting, I believe, just all alone. Interesting. Perhaps I will find her later, and I will, get out of her what is eating her up so. If it is anything other than the passing of her husband.
Yes, do tell. And you have to come back to us with whatever you discover.
Oh, of course, darling, of course. Have you seen her around since then? Do you know where I might find
not
her?
in here, no. We saw her in the conservatory as well, and she was eating all alone.
How sad, dull, how sad that. All right, well, I shall undertake this mission for us all. For the greater good. I give her a wink.
Oh, you must come tell us whatever you find out. We are dying to find out what's going on. I mean, seriously, why come to the party if you're so beat up about your husband?
And when again did her husband pass? It was recently?
Oh, you do not hear? Thaddeus, the reporter. He died on a train coming into Skyvale.
Oh, you don't say. That's terrible. Well, if you will excuse me, I must away.
They say, oh, so soon, dear.
Well, I must go speak with her. The sooner the better, and all that.
Oh, well, she didn't want to speak to me when I tried speaking to her earlier. She's actually honestly turned all of us down. And a man in the corner says, I tried offering her 3 different flavors of wine, and she didn't want any of it. And he takes another sip of wine.
Oh, goodness, how silly of her, truly.
It's a party!
Of course. Yes, I do have a way with people. Let us see if I cannot, get it out of her. All right, well. I back away from them.
You back away from them. And they go back to just gossiping and giggling.
I pull Robin to the side. Like, Robin!
She says, they say on a train to Skyvale?
Yeah!
Was that the guy that died on that train?
Yeah!
Wait, you were there for that?
Yeah!
Uh-oh.
Oh, indeed. Okay, you don't think that they told her that Carmela Demeter was on that train, do you? You don't think they would have told her that, do you?
I don't know.
This is bad. This could be very good or very bad. I'm leaning towards bad.
Well, I mean, you weren't going by Crimella demeanor on there.
Okay, I wasn't, but everybody sort of knew it was Crimella. So, and then at the end, there was the whole, we told them who had killed him. So, I guess I don't know how that ended, how it all came to a conclusion. We gave the information to the correct people, so hopefully she was arrested, but then you showed up, and that was when we were running away and all of that, because they were going to come arrest me and search the train. So after we absconded very quickly, perhaps that didn't look the best for us. I'm not quite sure. Shall we go and see if perhaps it is a good or a bad thing?
Says, yeah, let's just be ready to run if we need to.
Okay, well, perhaps we should find the dungeons first so we can at least run in that direction.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, are these double doors back here ones that we can go through, or?
They are closed. Do you want to go through them?
No, let's go back into the main room and up above to where the other open doors were.
Oh, are you saying the double doors down to the south?
No.
There's
the
two
double
sets
doors.
of double doors, to be clear.
I meant the ones near the big statues.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because you do still hear people like hooting and hollering outside these south double doors, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you go?
Up here.
Just move your token.
Oh. Here.
Okay. You head into the backmost room, which happens to be the dining room. And there's not a whole lot going on in here. There are servants occasionally running to and fro, like prepping things for later in the evening. You get the feeling that there's going to be like a bountiful like feast in here at some point, as noble parties are wont to do. You see not a whole lot. There is really just a collection of people toward the fireplace, toward the back, that are like mingling and chatting and whatnot. You do see, though, among that group of people, familiar face. A face that I don't think you're going to be super stoked about seeing.
Oh no! I have my
You
fan.
see...
Oh no!
Huh?
I have my fan.
You see Dale Dorner. You see Dale Dorner seated at one of the couches on the far left over here, talking with a few noble people. And one of those noble people is Lady Glumere. And on top of that, another woman that you don't recognize.
I grip Robin as tightly as I can, and I back out of the room.
You back out of the room. Give me a stealth check
Robin.
to see how smoothly you kind of get back out of here. You stop in your tracks
10.
and turn around.
10.
10? All right. It is a pretty easy check, so you manage to make it look smooth enough that Dale Dorner does not see you.
I very swiftly make my way back to Cassandra.
Helga and Cassandra are still back over at this table. Helga is eating her steak.
I pull Cassandra very close, and I say, a couple of things. Couple of things that maybe you should know. Couple of things. Are you ready?
Says, all right. Breathe.
That lady in the dress with the jewels, Thaddeus's wife.
She says, oh shit.
And
Uh-oh. Speak.
I'm like gripping the front of Cassandra's shirt like really tightly and like started shaking. She says, Dale Dorner.
She says, he's here?
He's here.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. He's talking with Thaddeus's wife.
Oh, what are they talking about?
Cause I don't know. I saw him and I backed the fuck out of the room.
You're not curious?
The last time I saw that man, I vowed that I would kill him on sight the next time I saw him.
She says, yeah, so aren't you curious what he's doing here?
Yes, but how am I to go speak with him when all I can see is red and all I want is to rip out his intestines?
She says, I mean, take a deep breath. Keep in mind, we can't blow our cover here.
I want to kill him, Cassandra. That stupid man and his stupid hat trick. And now the hat is mine. The hat is mine now, Cassandra. And the horse is mine too. Carl belongs to me. Carl belongs to me.
She says, yes, you won, Lise, you won. It's okay, babe.
He is a traitor. He's a war criminal, and he's a betrayer, and I hate him.
She says, that's all true, yes.
I'm
just surprised you're still so angry about this. I almost forgot who that guy was.
Oh my God, Cassandra, he was like my first nemesis besides Varric. Are you kidding? It was such
It's
a big
special.
deal.
He was my first nemesis.
Well, no, Varric was the first. He was the first person I swore a death wish on. Okay? How do you forget something like that?
Says, I guess so. He did cause us some problems.
Do you think he would recognize me?
I mean, your disguise is pretty convincing.
I know, but I don't know that I can get over my hatred for him.
I mean, he's definitely never seen Robin before, right?
Robin!
She says, yeah, no, I've never seen that man before in my life.
Robin, go over there and talk to them.
She says, what, me? I don't even know what to talk to him about.
Oh, you think that I do?
She says, what's his deal?
He's an asshole, that's what. I give Robin a rundown of everything that happened in Dustport.
She says, oh, okay.
And then I beat him up while he was restrained, and I gave him a bunch of black eyes, and that was very satisfying. And then Ruth left him in the cell without it locked, or the lock was broken, or
But
fucking
wait,
something.
you said, wait, hold on, and you're recounting that we totally just went through, and you went through in excruciating detail, even though
Right,
the audience may
right.
not have seen that.
Yes,
Uh,
of course.
In your detailing, you said that Ruth, said that she wasn't sure how she fell asleep.
Yes, I know. It was most likely that he put her to sleep somehow. But I'm still kind of mad about it.
You did punch her down to 1 HP, and she almost died.
Okay, all right. I guess the vengeance on Ruth has been dealt with, but the vengeance on fucking Dale Dorner I have not been satisfied. I demand satisfaction.
Okay. She says, okay, so what do I talk to him about?
Fucking, I don't know. He's a goddamn war criminal, and he sold out Caliban and Sectaria, and I can't really remember what he did, but he's a fucking asshole, that's what.
Says, all right, I guess I'll try.
And I think that he knew that Jesse was in the forest. I can't really remember, but I'm pretty sure that was another big part of it too.
Says, okay, so he's an asshole. I gather that.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Talk to him about asshole things.
All right, I'll be sure to bring up fucking assholes to him.
Yeah. Good, Robin, good. Now I'm going to watch you from the shadows and make sure that it all goes good.
Okay, I guess I'll go now.
Okay. She leaves, and I'm like 20 steps behind her.
Oh my god. You're lurking. Give me 1 second. Move all you guys up there.
I don't know, Robin. Why don't you talk to him about, hey, remember me? We never met, but I'm the Queen of Caliban, the country that you sold out, fucking dick.
Well, she says, well, I don't know if I should bring up being the former Queen of Caliban.
I know, obviously I know that, Robin. I'm just pissed off.
She walks up, and where do you stay as she's walking up?
Yeah, definitely like away from them. Maybe I'll come around here and try and make small talk with these people. I'll like sit on this couch.
Okay. You sit on that couch.
It's like the Assassin's Creed like blend in.
Give me a stealth check. Or actually, hang on. We can make this either a stealth check. How do you go about doing this?
What do you mean?
This, when you go and sit on this couch with them, like what, do you just walk up and sit on the couch?
No, I think I maybe listen to see if they're like having a conversation or like maybe I come up and like I'll like it's good to I'll go up and like compliment one of them on something and like try and like start up a small conversation.
They're actually not really talking. You think that they're just listening to this person on the piano over here.
Oh, okay. Okay, well then in that case, I'll sort of walk up by the fireplace and like seem like I'm listening to the music, but also like trying to like get a little warm.
Okay, in that case, give me just a stealth check.
Okay, I got an 11.
Okay, you do it very clumsily. These people walk up and you walk up to these people and like you kind of just like very stiffly walk up and hold your hands out in front of the fire, and you like noticeably bob your head to the music. You're trying a little too hard to seem inconspicuous.
She's very angry. There's like not much else she can focus on other than like, you know, in My Love Story when Takeo has the like, he can sense that one girl whenever she's around.
Got the little antenna coming out of his head.
Yeah, it's just like honed in on Dale Dorner.
Yeah, so you're very conspicuous, and I think everybody in this room at some point turns and looks at you.
I mean, I'm just standing here by the fire.
Including Dale, so everyone's aware you're here, but no one is like suspicious of you.
Yeah,
they just think it was a little weird how you walked up like that.
Whatever. I'm gonna play it off like I've had a little too much to drink.
Okay, you're maybe still holding your wine glass and you're a bit tipsy while you're sipping it, and that lowers suspicion quite a bit.
Nice. Lisa's like nice.
And yeah, so Robin slowly approaches them. They're all like in conversation over here, and you get the feeling that Robin doesn't really know. Like she's like standing like 10 feet away from them behind the couch, and she's like looking at you like she doesn't really know what to say. And
I mouth like compliment them.
And she walks up and in this space between the couch and the chair, she says, I wanted to come over and say I saw your hat from across the room, and it looks really good. Dale Dorner is wearing a 10-gallon hat, but not one that grows and shrinks like before.
I'm like, Lisa's like gripping her bag where the hat is, like victoriously, like it's my hat now.
And he says, "Oh well, thank you, dear. I used to have a much better one before, but this one that's not quite as good as that one. But this one's I like this one too." She says, "Yeah, and your jewels, ma'am. I really like them. They're pretty." And she like looks at you like and shrugs.
I give her a thumbs up, and I'm like, "Keep going."
And she says, "Oh, thank you." And Dale says, "Well, I don't think I've seen you at a Gilded Gala before. Are you here with someone?" And she says,
Lise pointedly turns back to the fireplace and is pretending like she's not listening.
I'm giving her a deception check to see how this goes. What's her modifier? Ooh, that's a 9 total.
Oh, Robin.
She says, yeah, with my husband?
Lisa's like almost visibly smacks their fucking forehead, hand on her forehead.
And he says, oh, well, do I know him? Who's your husband? And she says, John Johnson.
John. Lisa like almost rolls her eyes so hard that it like hurts.
Dale Dorn says, well, I certainly haven't met him before. Don't think I know him. She says, yeah, he's in real estate. And he says, well, I would definitely know him then. Real estate's my expertise, that and the railroad.
Okay.
And Lady Gloomere pipes in and says, yes, Dale here runs the railroad. So,
Does he?
John Johnson, you say? And she says, yeah. Anyway,
All right.
what are you guys talking about?
I'm gonna save her from this. I think at this point, Lisa's like, this is so painful to watch. As Lisa's walking over to save Robin from this, she's like, how were you Queen of Caliban? How were you Queen of Caliban?
So you walk over?
Yeah, I walk over and go, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Give me a deception check.
Can I do it with advantage if I have my fan? No, it's okay.
We'll make it a low DC.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Whatever 17 plus 8 is.
That's
a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, you manage to kind of hide your face from Dale a bit, and and she says, "Wait, are we backing out?"
I grab her shoulder. I say, "You are so fun. You are slippery. I just lose you all over this place. Hello!" And I kind of wave to the party, and I kind of bump Robin out of the way.
Okay.
And I'm like, I believe someone in the foyer was looking for you, my darling. It seemed quite urgent. I think perhaps you should go and deal with that. I shall take your place among this most wondrous company.
She says, "Okay, I'll go see them. Thanks."
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Lovely to see you as always.
I guess it would be Mrs. John. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'll catch you later. And
Right.
She leaves.
I set my hand on the back of the chair that lady, what was her name? Gloom something?
Gloomer.
Gloomer. I say, I hold up my arm. I say, "Oh, Lady Gloomer, I do not believe we have had the chance to be acquainted. I am a big fan of the real estate that you do." I hold up my hand. I say, "And your dress, marvelous, simply stunning for the Gilded Gala. Quite on theme, as one would say. Crimella."
Says, "Oh, we definitely haven't met, but yes, I suppose you already know me, Lady Gloomer." And she
Yes.
offers out her hand.
I shake it very politely.
Yeah, she does like the lady thing where it's like the hand that's like, tilted down.
Yes. I'm very pointedly keeping my back to Duke, or Dale.
Duke Dimmadust.
And I'm like, and I say, "Yes, well, your reputation precedes you. what brings you here to this wondrous Gilded Gala?
She says, I suppose I just had business to attend to. And Dale chimes in and says, well, now, I suppose we really should be getting back to that, shouldn't we? Now, listen, Lady Glumere, listen. I understand passing your husband very difficult, but we've been making this deal for a very long time. We gotta close on it. And the woman next to him says, yes, I am rather surprised that you backed out of the deal suddenly. I mean, it took literally years to convince me to allow for these land grants, and now you just want to back out? But would you rather postpone this? We don't have to do it now.
I feel like I am trying to remain somewhat quietly because I want to be here for this, but I think I sort of sit on the arm of the chair that Lady Glumere is in. Not like taking up space, but like kind of a friendly, just like I've got my hand on the back of it. I'm sitting on the thing. I'm trying very much to like take her side in whatever is happening here.
You just know that Dale's not happy with what she's doing. You're like, I'm on her side.
Yeah.
She says, no, I am certain. I no longer wish to do the deal. The deal is off. That is all. And Dale says, well, now come on. There's so much money riding on this deal. I mean, listen, with this kind of money, you could have a fantastic funeral procession for your husband. You could have any kind of vacation you need to process your emotions, or again, we could put it off and talk about it later.
I think that I have my fan out, and I'm like lightly fanning my face, but I'm like keeping it from like when I'm looking at him. But I think that I kind of narrow my eyes at him, and I kind of turn to him like, the lady said no.
He says, I'm sorry. What was your name again, ma'am?
Crymella.
Crymella.
Yes.
Give me
Have you heard
another
of me?
deception check now that you're talking to him and telling me your name is Crymella.
17.
All right, he buys it. You don't see any suspicion in his eyes. And he says, well, I thought you were dead.
She kind of laughs that like, oh, will you believe anything these days?
You believe anything these days?
It's like, oh, or just like, oh, you like more like you people will believe anything these days.
No, him
It's like-
specifically.
Yeah, you people believe anything these days.
My people.
You always listen to idle gossip.
He says,
Listen,
you're certainly going to be the talk of the party.
She says, listen, I know a thing or two about making a deal. And I also know a thing or two about when a woman says no, and that it is not respected. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think you want your sparkling reputation to sully with this information.
He
Do
says,
you?
now, listen. If she says she doesn't want to do the deal, that's fine. But all I'm saying is maybe we should just table this conversation, give her some more time to think. She's going through a tough time.
Yes, and it seems like you are not making it any easier on her.
The woman next to him says, well, yes, and listen, Lady Glumere, I am fully on your side. If you want to pull out, that's fine. It is your land. It's for you to do what you wish. But it would really be good for Skyvale as well. I mean, I have to think of the people of Skyvale, what with being the mayor and all, so I must say I'm personally taken aback a bit. She says, I recognize that. The answer is still no.
I think I just kind of snap my fan and I say, and there you have it. She said no.
Says, well, maybe we'll reach out in the morning and just get the paperwork figured out then. I don't know how the railroad expansion's gonna work now without that land, Claudette.
Oh, I'm sure you'll think of something. I hear you're a smart man.
And she says, yes, it would have gone straight through downtown Skyville. It would have been perfect placement, but we'll have to figure something else out, I suppose. Lady Glumere looks at you again and says your name was Crymella.
Indeed.
Well, it was lovely to meet you. And she stands up and leaves the room.
Lisa's like, I really liked that I got to tell Dale Dorner to fucking eat it, but that's not the response I wanted from her.
Well, what from Lady Glumere?
Yeah. She's like, okay. Well, interesting. I guess. Are there other rooms that are open?
You haven't. There's these big double doors toward the back, I guess, that people are making their way in and out of toward like the garden. And then there are doors on either side that no one has gone through that have guards stationed.
Okay. I think I'll go, well, if you'll excuse me. And I leave.
You can just drag your token wherever you want to go.
I think I'm gonna go back to these gossiping people.
Okay.
Did I get a point for talking to them?
You did. I was about to say that.
I think that's 5
6
total now. 6. Oh shit. All right. All right. I head back to these gossiping people, and I go, well, and I like click my fan, and I'm like, you will never believe the conversation I was just privy to. And I am like, it seems the Lady Glumere was here to refuse a deal that her late husband had made with one Dale Dorner and the mayor of Skyvale.
They say, oh my goodness, the land grants in Skyville. I heard about that.
Yes, something about the expansion of the railroad. Yes, she said, no, she does not want to. She does not want to do that still. Now, of course, I had to stand up for her honor, as men tend to walk all over a woman, especially when she is grieving, not one to stand up for herself. However, an interesting turn of events, wouldn't you say?
She says, yeah, that's going to be terrible for the local economy in Skyvale. Property prices have been soaring lately because of that railroad, but now if it's not going to get built, that town's gonna come grinding to a halt.
Oh, terrible. Lisa's in her head like, yes, fuck Oren. Destroy everything.
And you get another point of social standing for gossiping.
Nice. And she says, well, what can be done? It is her land for her to do with what she wishes. And she has said no.
And they say, oh, how hard for her. She had to come here just to do business. Poor thing. She just lost her husband.
Terrible. Yes, she could really use a friend, don't
her
you think?
fiancé, sorry.
Of course. Oh, even worse, they were not yet married. She could use she says, I believe she could use a friend. Wouldn't you say?
I do think so. I'm going to go see her again and see if perhaps she might wish to join us again.
Yes, I think that is a lovely idea.
And she leaves, and you assume to go talk to Lady Gloomare.
Interesting. Is there any other are there any other things around that seem to be happening Oh, you said that there was something going on out on the balcony, right?
Yeah, there was stuff going on the balcony. There's you haven't been to the garden. You don't have to do all this stuff. I'm just saying, the stuff that I've listed out that you've noticed.
Listen, you said that the more social standing I get, the better. So I'm gonna get it all.
Okay. You're gonna gamify this.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what it's for, but you told me it was good, so
I don't know. We'll see.
I guess I'll head out onto the balcony while she goes to talk to the lady and see what was going on out there.
The moment you exit these doors out onto the balcony, the people to your right go, "Yeah!" And one of these two guys that are facing each other, one of them grabs the stack of gold coins that are toward the center of the table. They're all gathered around. But before you have a chance to investigate what that's all about, a strange looking man approaches you from his seat over here. He's fully bald but wearing a nice suit, but he's a little bit disheveled, and he says, "Oh, hi, do you want to make a deal?"
Oh, what?
Come on. You want to make a deal? I know you have something you want to make a deal with me.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself. What's your name? My name's Howie Mandel, the Deals Warlock.
Oh. I see.
Listen,
hold up my hand.
These are these are all celebrities you listed out.
I hold up my hand. It's nice to meet you.
Says, yeah. It's nice to meet you too. What's your name?
Nope. I hold up my hand.
He grabs your hand.
He grabs my hand?
Yeah.
He's not. This isn't Howie Mandel.
Oh, right. He puts his fist in your hand.
What an odd gesture.
And then he says, "Do you want to make a deal?"
Well, I'm Carmela, and what kind of deal?
He scratches his neck and he says, "Any kind of deal, anything you got, I'll make you a deal for it."
Well, no, I'm gonna need specifics.
Anything you want, anything. I gotta make deals.
What deals have you made so far today?
I bought that guy's pen over there. Pretty nice pen.
You bought it?
Yeah, made a deal for him. And he took me up on it. 20 gold for this nice pen.
What sort of things can you do?
Make deals. What are you talking about? I make deals.
Well, I just mean what can I make a deal with you for?
Anything.
No, it can't be anything.
Anything.
What if it's not something you're capable of?
No, you offer me something and I make you a deal for it.
Oh, I offer you something?
Yes.
I'm not sure that I have something to offer you.
Anything at all. I gotta make deals.
Does it have to be a physical object, or can I proposition you for something?
What?
Okay, not like that. Not like that. I just mean if there's something I want you. I just mean if there's something I want you to do, would you do that, or does it have to be an
No,
object?
for stuff.
Oh,
or we could play a game.
What kind of game?
I call it agreement or no agreement.
Okay.
Copyright. Trademark.
And how does it work?
Well, do you want to make a deal or you want to play the game?
I'm not. Well, I'm not
He's
sure.
like still scratching at his neck.
Listen, I'm not quite sure that I have anything to offer you. Yeah, I really don't have everything that I have. I want for myself, so I don't really want you to have any of it.
So you want to play agreement or no agreement?
Well, what happens if I win?
Says, well, everyone wins in agreement or no agreement.
No, what? You know what? I'm gonna go.
He opens his coat, and there are 4 briefcases labeled
What?
1, 2, 3, and 4.
He says,
Okay.
pick a briefcase.
What? No. What happens if? What is there a right or a
Pick a
wrong answer?
briefcase.
I haven't signed anything. I'm not agreeing to anything.
Okay.
The third one.
Okay, you take the 3rd briefcase.
He says, now open it.
You open it.
He pops it open for you, and it's a slip of paper that says, "You owe me." It's a "You owe me" for 1,000 gold. And then he says,
Now wait a second. I'm getting a call from the banker.
and he like looks around wildly, and then he says,
They're willing to offer you briefcase 1 for that briefcase.
I think I just slowly back away.
Briefcase 1 for that briefcase. Do you want it?
I just slowly back away.
Come on, you know
until
you want
I'm
it.
Far away from him. I continue to back away.
And then he says, come on. Do you want it or not? Deal or agreement or no agreement?
I fully turn around and walk away.
and he says, no agreement, and he runs and jumps into a bush.
I do not go back onto the patio.
No, he's fully gone.
Okay. I think I wait a good 10 minutes. And I come back out to see what those people were cheering over.
You're gonna take a point of social standing for that.
Oh my god. I was worried that by associating him with him, you were gonna take away a point. Because of how
You
weird
do owe
he
him
was.
1,000 gold now, though.
Okay, well, I never signed anything.
You owe him 1,000 gold.
I never agreed to anything.
The slip of paper that you have, it's like shimmering.
I didn't take it. He opened it, and I walked
He
away.
put it in your hand.
I ripped it up.
You rip it up, and it forms into itself.
I leave it on the ground.
It reappears in your pocket.
I go up to the nearest person. I say, "Can you hold on to this for a moment?" And then I run away.
They say, "Oh yes, of course." And as you leave, it pops up into your hand.
God damn it! I let Foxbud eat it.
Foxbud eats it, and it seems like it's gone for now.
I look at him and I'm like, "Don't let it come back, Foxbud."
But yes, these people around the table are playing some kind of dice game.
Okay. What kind?
You approach them, and they're rolling these dice, and there's 2 men that are like kind of standing across from each other. One of them throws a dice, and they both have steely glares at it. And there's 100,000 gold coins on the table right now.
Holy shit!
And he picks them back up, and he rolls again, and he shoots them again. And they keep glaring at it. He picks them back up, rolls them, shoots them again. Everybody is on the edge of their seats about this. And then he throws them one more time, and they land on a total of 5. And everyone goes, "Yeah!" And the man who was throwing the dice grabs all the gold coins and is pushing them into a bag.
Jesus! When everybody cheered, I think Lise jumped a little bit, but then to cover it up, she also cheered a little bit.
Yeah, these people are going apeshit about this, and the person you're standing next to while you look says, "Oh, are you wanting to bet in?"
Oh, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, but if you will explain it to me, perhaps.
Oh, it's called shits.
Of course.
You know how to play shits, right?
I'm afraid that I don't.
The man you're talking to has like blonde coiffed hair. He's wearing a black blazer with a red bow tie, and he's got these blue little shorts that he's wearing. And he says, "Oh, well, here, for manners first. Wealthy Wealth, nice to meet you."
What?
Wealthy Wealth,
Oh.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You know what? That next to Crimella demeanor, that's a normal name. A Crimella.
Oh, charmed to meet you. Mm-hmm. He says, "Do you want to bet in, or do you want me to explain how the game works? Have you
Yes.
played shits before?"
No.
Says, "Oh, well, it's super easy. You can learn it in like 10 seconds. You take 2 dice, and you say high or low, and then you roll. Whoever rolls highest, that person's the shooter. Shooter has to do the point roll. If you roll a 2, a 3, or a 12, you lose. If you roll a 7 or 11, you win. Any other number, that's the point number. The rest of the rolls, you're trying to hit that number again. And if you hit 7 on the rest of the rolls, you lose." It's easy,
so
it's
sorry.
easy. You don't even need to know the rules.
I did begin to fall asleep while you were explaining that to me. What is the bet amount currently?
The last one was probably the biggest one of the night. You can make it whatever. I'll play with you if you want.
I really don't care. Sure, I'll play around.
All right, how much you want to wager?
She's like, let me see. What pocket change do I have with me today? Perhaps 100 gold.
100,000. All right.
No. Just 100 gold, like I said.
Oh, just 100.
Yes, well,
All right.
Just for
you
beginners.
know what? I get it. You know, you just use pocket change since it's your first time. Makes sense.
right, of course. That's what I said. Yes, I didn't bring my checkbook with me.
All right. So first we find out who goes first.
Okay.
And he says, "I'll let you call since this is your first time. High or low?"
Hi.
High. All right. Roll a d6 for me.
Uh-oh.
What'd you get?
What? I got a 2.
He got a 1. He says,
Fuck
"All right,
yeah.
so you're the shooter." And he says, "So now take 2d6. He hands you the die that he rolled. And he says, "Now roll both of these."
All right. Now what?
What's your total?
7.
7. You win. All right, you won.
Hell yeah.
He hands you 100 gold.
Fuck yeah.
So see, it's easy. You don't even really need to know the rules.
Well, this was very fun. Perhaps I will observe the next few rounds instead of playing. But exhilarating it was.
You pocket the 100 gold. And of the 2 guys who were just betting, the one who just lost puts another 100,000 gold coins on the table. Boom, plops the bag down. He had a servant bring it over. And he said, "Let's go again." And they roll again. And he's the shooter this time. And the point is 4. He picks up the dice again to roll. And he rolls an 11.
Oh.
He picks them back up to roll again. Rolls a 6. Wait, what did I say the point was?
4.
4, yes. Rolls again. He gets a 4, and everyone goes ape shit. They all go, oh, yeah! And the other guy takes the giant pouch that he just won, plops it back on the table, and he won his 100,000 gold coins back.
Jesus Christ. I think Lise, just kind of backs away from all of this excitement.
Not gonna gamble?
No, I won 100 gold, and I know that that's my luck for the day.
Okay. Take a point of social standing. You're up to 9.
Jesus Christ, I'm getting there, dude. All right, what else is there to do?
It's up to you.
I guess I'll go check in on how Helga and Cassandra are doing.
Sure. Do you go up back through the gallery, or do you kind of walk through the front part of the mansion?
I'm already outside, so I'll just walk through the front.
All right. You walk through the front, and you actually see Big Nas Z making his way past you, and he's wearing this massive fucking gold cloak, and he makes his way into the foyer.
God, how did he change so quickly? He was wearing a pink cowboy outfit a few minutes ago. Shit.
And you head into the foyer. And when you get in there, people have already surrounded him.
Of course.
And he drops the cloak and reveals a gold suit of armor underneath.
Shit. Damn. That man really knows how to dress.
And people in the room are all gathered around him, cheering and taking pictures.
Damn.
Meanwhile, you notice that Helga is with Cassandra off to your right.
I head over there.
You head over and you can actually see beyond Helga's massive form that the woman she was speaking to earlier is there, Elizabeth Hawthorne, and she says, "Well, I'm charmed that you want to write me, so of course I'll give you my address." And she hands her a little slip of paper that she quickly jotted down some letters and numbers on with her quill and hands it to Helga.
Lisa's like, yes.
And Helga says, "Yes, we can be good friends." And she says, Of course. And she smiles and again grabs her forearm and squeezes it a little bit before going back to her friends to talk.
I think I sweep into this as she leaves, and I'm just like, Helga.
And Helga says, "Helga need to run to restroom right now."
Oh, okay. I guess we escort her to the bathroom.
Cassandra says, I'll take care of her."
Okay. Well, I'll walk with them to the bathroom and give Cassandra a rundown of everything that happened.
Okay. You guys head over there. It's just across the room. And Helga heads in, and you catch Cassandra up on everything, including the Deals Warlock.
Yeah, and so he tried to trick me into owing him money, but then I let Foxbud eat it, so,
And she says, "That doesn't sound good."
No, it's fine. It'll be okay. I think if he just continues to eat it every time it shows up, that I can't owe him anything.
I don't know if that's how owing money works, but sure.
Okay, well, just if you meet a man named Howie Mandel, just don't. Don't make a deal. Don't play his game. Just walk away.
She says, "Well, it sounded like it was an agreement, not a deal."
Okay, well, I didn't even agree to anything, so... It wasn't, just don't talk to him.
And you hear some nobles nearby say, "Yeah, I hear it's in 10 minutes." And then another says, "Yeah, I wonder what it's going to be."
Uh-oh, do you hear that? What's in 10 minutes?
He says, "Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about, I guess there's some event that's happening soon.
Okay.
So I guess be ready for that."
Shit. Okay. Can I also go into the bathroom?
Sure. Why are you going to go take a piss?
Yeah.
Okay. You
I'm
go
stressed
piss in
out.
the bathroom.
I go,
Helga is splashing water on her face in there.
I pat her on the back as I pass. I'm like, "You're doing good."
Says, "Helga is so warm for some reason.
Yeah, that's all right, babe. You'll get used to it.
Elizabeth is making Helga warm. Why is that happen?"
Well, when you like somebody, your body gets warm.
I do not get that. I do not get warm with friends. What?
Well, it's because it's a little different. I'll tell you about this later. Now's not the time.
Cassandra say I probably not hug her yet.
Yeah, probably not yet. Probably.
But we are friends, yes? Oh, does this
Probably.
friend not like hug?
Well, I'm not sure. You haven't asked her if she likes hugs, but I think that perhaps you should wait. Just a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But no, you're doing good.
Okay. Helga, very good at making friends.
Yes. Helga, very good at making friends. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I guess we wait and see what this event is.
All right. You kind of just hang out for the next 10 minutes. You all kind of like gather around like the pastry table. And 10 minutes kind of drags by. Big Nas Z exits the room, you assume, to get into yet another outfit of the night.
Of course.
And after a few minutes, the audience, the people in the foyer kind of stop talking quite as much in anticipation for something.
Mm.
And that's when he appears.
Oh no. This is where the king is, huh? Or I'm sorry, this is like the emperor's palace, right? I don't know why I came into here not really expecting to see him.
You see from the massive staircase in the center of the room, down the right side, descends a very important looking man. He has stark white hair with that's kind of cascading over this massive, like, impressive looking armor, with a massive cape trailing behind him. And his piercing yellow eyes look out over the audience. And
Yellow eyes.
You get the feeling that this is Emperor Vladimir Lightbane.
In her head, Leisha's like, "God damn it, whoever told me he was a fucking old man is a liar."
He looks to be in his 30s, late 30s maybe. But
fucking
that doesn't
magic.
sound right at all. You think about how, wait a second, you heard that he should be 80 or 90 by now.
Yeah.
And then he speaks.
Good people of Orin. At the Gilded Gala, we celebrate the accomplishments of the Orin Empire over the course of the year prior. And as you all know, this year in particular has been incredibly fruitful.
And the audience erupts into like gentle like applause of nobles.
Yeah, I think Lise gives a golf clap.
Yeah, and he says,
New Orin grows every day as a shining beacon of justice to the world under the watchful eye of Count Chilvain.
and toward the back of the room at the front entrance, you actually see Reginald Chilvain enter and take a bow.
Oh, I think I shove Cassandra in front of Robin a little bit.
And everyone erupts into applause again.
Lise does a...
And then he says,
The fifth and final conquest draws to a close, as Admiral William Sterling assures me that Haven will be surrendering and joining our holy empire in the coming weeks.
and behind Reginald, that man that you recall all that while ago entering into Caliban with that armed escort, that the blonde-haired man with the buzz cut, he enters with almost as impressive armor as the Emperor, and also takes a bow. And people again erupt into applause. And then he says,
But, my faithful, I bring you yet another shining accomplishment by our great empire. An accomplishment that will truly carry us into a gilded era. Gone are the days when our empire would require brave citizens to fight and lay down their lives for their country.
Uh-oh.
Gone are the days of children and spouses waiting endlessly for their fallen loved one to return from war. For now, we have a new kind of soldier. A better kind of soldier. A soldier that is ever valiant in war, ever valiant in chaos, ever valiant in death. My subjects, I present to you the first ever of the Valiver.
and that suit of armor at the base of the staircase moves.
Oh, God.
And the eye holes of the helmet are suddenly glowing with blue light. And it raises its helmet. And the arms unlink from the sword that it was balancing at its feet and rest at its sides. And it says,
Hello, I am Valiver, Model 001. I am here to make everything safer for the citizens of Orin. I do hope you will welcome me with open arms.
I feel like Lise gets like full body chills. Like, immediately hates this.
everyone is like a little bit off-put at first. They don't really know what to say about this or what to think about this.
Yeah.
And it moves toward the audience. And like some of them kind of step back, but then they kind of like walk closer and inspect it, and they say, "Is there a person in there? I don't. It looks a little dense. I don't think there's a person in there." And everyone is clapping again, and everyone is inspecting this strange moving suit of armor.
I think Lise is like looking at it in horror. I think she whispers to Cassandra like, "This is bad."
And Cassandra says, I'm not sure I understand. How is it moving without just a spell? Is he casting magic?
It's either magic or maybe it's a combination of magic and like, I don't know, like engineering, like artificer like stuff.
And as you are discussing this, a guard walks up the staircase to the Emperor, and he whispers something in his ear, and you see the Emperor say,
Very good. I will be speaking to her in the library. Please, make sure none of the guests disturb us.
Oh, no.
and he makes his way down the staircase, and back through this doorway up here, and turns right.
I make eye contact with Cassandra, like, now, do we listen in or do we head straight to the dungeons?
She says,
I mean, I kind of want to know what's going on there.
Yeah, what the fuck? Who is he speaking to? Should we wait and see who follows him?
Maybe? I don't know. But if they're in the library and no one's going to disturb them, we might not be able to listen in. Wait, the library borders is on the outside of the mansion. Maybe we could listen in from outside?
Okay,
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's go. There's a garden out back that I haven't seen, but we could probably... Man, this is like the temple in Caliban all over again, where we found out that motherfucker had the stone. God, old times. All right, fucking, let's go. And
so... your social standing is going to finally play a role.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll 9d10 for me.
Jesus Christ.
And give me the total. Your social standing was a score of 9.
All right. So that is 5. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm going to get my calculator out.
Okay. You can also just do a macro.
No, I got it.
Okay.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, one more. 46.
46. All right. So, didn't quite clear the threshold I was expecting.
Uh-oh.
So, you won't get the best reward. However, for the rest of the night, you can add half of that, rounding down, so 9, half of your social standing score, rounding down, so 4. You will add 4 to all charisma checks at the party, as well as any suspicion based like stealth checks.
Nice. That's not bad.
Yeah. So yeah. That's your reward for everything you've done. You get a pretty big modifier.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, I guess we head out to the garden to try and find the best way to listen in.
Sure. Where do you head?
Out in the back to the garden.
To the back guard. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what
You-
Cassandra said, right?
I'm gonna just group everyone up with you again if you want, or do you want
Yeah,
to go
yeah.
with just Cassandra?
No, yeah, we'll all go.
Okay.
I think now that the enemy has been sighted, I don't think we should split up.
Okay. You head out the back door. Sorry, let me reveal everything really quick. There we go. Sorry, my setup is lagging a little bit.
It's fine.
There we go. So yeah, you come out into this garden. It's immaculate. There's this weird, like, glowing golden tree that, like, kind of like calls out to you when you come out here. Like, you feel it, like you feel drawn to it in a way.
Oh.
Yeah, there's like these like blue bushes that are kind of like straddling the path everywhere. Beautiful flowers all around. And yeah, this pathway continues on to like the rest of the estate grounds, but most people don't seem to be like kind of going that far. They kind of tend to gather around in this little garden area.
Okay, interesting. And I saw, so the library is to my right. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, he went to the right.
Right. All right, Cassandra, what do you think now? There are guards by the door.
Says, I don't know.
What do you think the chances are we jump into the bushes and nobody sees us?
We can certainly try it.
Or, I wonder...
Or maybe the
Perhaps-
rest of us could create like a distraction or something.
Oh, smart. Yeah. You guys could create a distraction, and I could go listen at the window. Well, actually, who of us has the best stealth? Cassandra, I think it's you. You have 11 stealth. Yeah, Cassandra, I think that we should make a distraction, and Cassandra,
You're gonna
go
stay
listen.
behind?
Well, actually, you're right. You're right.
Lise.
Okay. All right. Robin and Helga will make a distraction, and me and you will go listen because we have the highest stealth.
Okay.
All right, Robin, Helga.
Helga says, "Okay. Do you want me to hug someone?"
Perhaps you could hug someone, and make it like, I don't know. Perhaps you could hug Robin, and Robin can pretend that she does not want you to hug her. And so it's like a big thing, and so the guards will have to come and break it up.
Okay. You know what? Go for it, Helga. Hug someone. And Helga says, "Okay, who will hug?" And you guys...
I said hug Robin.
Okay. You guys proceed over to the front of the library, and as you're making your way over there, a man actually attempts to stop you. And he says, "Oh, where is he? Here we go." And you recognize him
Oh, no.
as
Is it Howie Mandel?
Goldtooth.
Goldtooth?
Oh my!
Oh my god! What is he doing here?
And he says, "Do you have a second to talk, Crimella?"
Oh my god, no.
Well, just a
don't.
moment. I'll just be a moment of your time.
Are you gonna interview me? What do you want?
Yes. Just a few questions, ma'am.
I really don't have time for this. Look, something's happening over there. What's that about?
And Helga says, "I hug him."
Yes.
He says, "What?" And before he can say more, oh yeah, Helga and like wraps her arms around him and says, hello, friend. You are friend of Lise. You are friend of me. And
not least.
and he goes, and he says, and he takes 4 points of damage.
Get him.
And the guards are very focused on this. One of them even comes over to try and break it up.
Okay, me and Cassandra jump in the bushes and try and get to a window to listen in.
All right, give me a stealth check with advantage plus that modifier for both of you.
All right.
If you want, I can roll for Cassandra.
I got it.
Okay.
Nice. Lise got a 21.
Okay.
And Cassandra... Oh, yeah. Cassandra got 25? 25.
Is that with the +4?
29.
Yeah, you guys handily make it through the bushes and are hidden in the foliage.
Cassandra doesn't make a goddamn sound.
And you make your way into these, I guess, rose bushes. These blue rose bushes. Interesting.
Weird.
And-
Definitely normal.
Yeah, you can't see into the library, but
Oh god damn it. The windows are made for blocking light. Is it for this reason?
no, there are massive curtains drawn.
Oh, okay. I see.
You can see massive blue curtains here. I'll reveal that much to you.
Okay. Got it.
All the windows have these massive blue curtains drawn, and you can't see any further past them.
Okay.
But you do hear people inside.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize one of the voices.
Okay.
In fact, you recognize both the voices now.
Right.
The first voice is very clearly the Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
He says,
I do hope you're finding the circle to your liking.
and Lise, you hear a voice you haven't heard in a very long time, and
No.
you were kind of hoping you would never hear again.
No.
You hear the voice of your mother,
No.
Alan Way Avapane.
No.
And you hear her say, "Of course, the Citadel especially is quite stunning. The
I
art
feel like-
lining the walls, incredible."
Lise has to, or Cassandra has to grapple Lise to keep her from shattering the fucking window.
And you hear the Emperor again, and he says,
Ah, so you only have an eye for the work of your ancestors, it seems.
she says,
"Oh, I meant no disrespect, Your Excellence. Everything here has been lovely since the moment my heel touched ground."
There is no need to dull your words. The sharpest tongue could not pierce my heart. Instead, let us treat this rudeness as an opportunity to drop pleasantries and discuss business.
"Oh, very well, Your Majesty. You are referring to the ambassadorship, yes?"
Yes, your people wish for an ambassador to be given lodging here in the Circle, securing an alliance, and in exchange, the Empire shall be given free passage through the mists.
That was the deal as I understood it, though while we are on the topic, I would let you know that I had the honor of being nominated as that ambassador by our most wise queens.
I see. I offer my congratulations to you.
And I most humbly accept your holiness. That said, though, is there more to discuss on the matter? It seems we are in agreement.
Just one minor detail I wish to correct. In the agreement that was drafted, it seems the Holy Orin Empire shall only be granted an exile.
Yes, a guiding light that allows a ship safe passage.
An exile.
I don't understand your question.
Singular.
Well, yes, though it can be used indefinitely.
This is not sufficient. You would have me sail ships to the north alone, outside of the standard royal escort pattern? No, that won't do. 3 minimum will be required.
But, your perfection, I am not capable of making that call, you see. Exiles cannot simply be made. There is a limit.
So you are useless then?
What?
No, I don't believe that, and I don't believe that you believe that. So, prove your worth to both myself and yourself and make it happen.
But this is the agreement made by our queens. I can't simply...
You cannot simply what? Perform the duties of an ambassador. Partake in diplomacy and convince your queens to surrender 2 measly balls of light.
Please, be reasonable, sir. I
am being incredibly reasonable in entertaining this conversation. But I am going to need to hear a yes.
Wait. We can't even negotiate?
No.
Then I fear I will have to leave. I cannot make this call on my own.
And as she says that, you hear footsteps as she's getting up to leave. And then...
For your own sake, I recommend you sit back down. Leaving the Citadel early will not end well for you.
What do you mean?
Have you not pieced it together yet?
I'm sorry, but I fear I don't understand.
Do you know why you're here?
Because my queens selected me.
Don't be foolish, girl.
Girl, I am significantly older than you.
In body, yes. In mind, no. But that's quite all right. Perhaps I can guide you to the correct answer, so instead, let me ask a different question. Do you know why I am still Emperor?
Because it is your blood right?
Blood right? You think that mere tradition has kept me on the throne? You think I'd have made it this far and accomplished this much just because of destiny? Crushed the strongest continent aside from our own on sheer dumb luck. Perhaps I have underestimated the gravity of your daftness.
Well then, please enlighten me. Why have you remained emperor?
Because I know how to keep my pawns in check. What use is a pawn that does not follow orders? You may as well forfeit the game if you cannot count on the absolute loyalty of your pieces.
I'm not sure I understand.
Take the Tyrian Templars, for example. I keep them loyal through a shared mutual interest. They trust me to bring order and justice to all of Ameris, and I trust them to act as peacekeepers to our nation during wartime. And at no cost to the throne, a splendid deal.
I suppose that makes sense, but I fail to understand what this has to do with me.
Well, did you know that recently news has spread that a common enemy that the Templars and I share has returned? Truly nasty business. And what's worse is I have reason to believe they may even be in the Empire's borders at this very moment.
I look at Cassandra.
There is a palpable silence here. You can't hear it, but you get the feeling your mother just swallowed.
Yeah, Elise is like sweating.
And then you hear him say,
You appear to be sweating, girl. Do be sure to drink something.
and you hear him get up from a sitting position, and you hear a glass clack on a table. You get the feeling that he is standing inches from her face right now. There's another long silence, and then he says,
No. Well, as I was saying, this enemy, the Chaos Crusaders, have returned. Now, I personally am not too worried about this, but the Templars have entered a frenzy over it. And as their ally, I am obliged to give them any information I can on the Crusaders, or those related to them.
There's a very long silence, and then you hear your mother say, Please.
But I have been known to keep secrets when it benefits me. Only when it benefits me.
And there is yet another very long silence, and then he says,
So, let us try this again. Do you know why you are here, girl?
and she slowly says, Because you wanted me here. He says,
It seems your foolishness does know bounds. Now then, do we have a deal?
Yes.
Good. You are granted a week to convince your queens. Oh, and to be clear, the cost of your insolence is 2 additional exiles, for a total of 5. Make it so.
And you wait to hear anything more, and there's another long silence. And after a painful amount of time, he begins moving further away. You hear him walking out of the library, but then he stops and he calls back.
Oh, and congratulations, Ambassador.
and he leaves the room. And you hear your mother sit down on the couch, and she doesn't say anything else.
Shit.